Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room from Monday, October the 11th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator for Trading Room. And just a minute. So can you see my screen and can you hear me? I don't see a couple of yeses. Okay, good. I've had a cookie issue over the weekend. I had to delete all my cookies, and this is wreaking havoc in some of my websites, including IB. So bear with me. So I was kind of wondering, is this also causing some problems on your hearing me and seeing my screen? But I guess not. All right, everybody. Well, let's take a look at what's happening this morning. So the big one this morning is PTGX. There's one I just can't load. I cannot load into IB, into my order entry. Anyway, I guess they had a clinical hold removed, and this has caused this stock to just absolutely pop. There must be other news too on it. It can't just be the fact that the clinical hold was removed. Now, this is the type of stock that, I like to take a look at it shorting because, to me, it's gone up so much. It might turn into an interesting short later on in the day. It is over the 200-day moving average, but we'll have to wait and see what happens once the market opens. SOFI, SOFI is a gap up. Morgan Stanley has upgraded them to... I forgot to put down the upgrade price. See guys, I'm just having some problems. The linking my linking within IB is just not working correctly. So is there some news here that I can see? Yeah, Morgan Stanley calls it a revenue growth story, etc. Anyway, SOFI gapping up on a Morgan Stanley. I think I had a price target also, but I can't remember what it is. EZFL. Yeah, see what's yeah, I'm sorry guys, I apologize. My headlines just aren't loading the way they're supposed to. It looked like they had some kind of triple order or triple order based on previous months, something to that effect. Somebody asked my opinion of ADMS. All I know about ADMS is the buyout. There are two buyouts this morning, Flexion, FLXN, and ADMS. A couple of buyouts. Can't really comment otherwise. USWS also gapped up. USWS. I don't see any specific news for it. USWS. This I do have news for. HYLN. Big gap down. HYLN. This is a big downgrade by UBS. I think they used to have a price target of 14. They've knocked it down to 5. So this is a lot of pressure, downward pressure on HYLN. Yeah, it's my linking within IB. I can, just don't want to bore you guys, but I can load a symbol, and it's just not loading into my order entry. But for instance, it's loading into time and sales. So it's like the internal linking within IB with the little chains with the colored. It's just erratic. So I have to figure something out. BABA. This is a strange one for me. BABA is up, and the headline that I can't read anymore. Something to do with maybe China regulators are going to ease up on large tech restrictions, easing up. That's all I could really see about BABA. So it's a nice move for BABA if you're following it. VLCN. They have $4.2 million in reservations and 1.7 million in potential orders. That was the news for VLCN. So just let me ask you guys with Interactive Brokers, I don't want to belabor this point, but if you have Interactive Brokers and you've linked it with Trade Ideas, have you got any issues within Interactive Brokers? So what I mean by that is, as you know, if you have Interactive Brokers, you have the colored chains. So for instance, here is my colored chain. I've got it this green, and that is what I've got when all my other little, my order entry, my news, etc. But it's just, you know, this one is loading, but it's not like, it's not linking within IB, if that makes sense. And it's probably just something to do with these cookies that I had to get rid of over the weekend. Boy, Love had some bad news this weekend. Love, I guess they canceled thousands of flights. And this was not, the other airlines did not have the same issues. So Love just getting pounded here. Well, it's down 3.6%. And all that seems fine. Okay, so it's got to, I'm sure it's this cookie issue that I had. It's the first time ever. You know, IB's been so reliable for me. It's probably to do with the, I don't know, deleting my cookies and then, anyway, I'll have to figure it out. IONQ, IONQ. Well, yeah, if you want to look at it that way, Harry, I mean, that is sort of unsubstantiated to a certain extent, but INOQ was up, and this was something to do with quantum computers. I haven't seen that term for a long time. It's some kind of a joint deal with the University of Maryland. So again, my main focus right now is on that PTGX. See if it fades, starts to fade. I did, JJ. I actually changed all my color linkings to another one, and that didn't work. So I'll have to figure it out. It's obviously, I guarantee, it's got to be this cookie issue. I had other issues with some websites this morning, even the trading room. I had to do some finagling, and with the screen sharing and things like that. So there were other things that happened. All right, let's take a look at some of the upgrades and some of the downgrades this morning from briefing.com. Hopefully that'll work. Okay, so we have a few upgrades and a few more downgrades than upgrades. Let's get some of them in. Upgrades. We have an upgrade for CCXI. That was a big one on Friday, last week. An upgrade now, JP Morgan. That's the one that upgraded. Somebody had 103, somebody had 110. I haven't seen it that active this morning. Couple of more upgrades for CCXI, guys. Again, that was a hugely active one on. Let me take a look at this one again. CCXI. Yeah, this was the one that gapped out. A lot of shorted this one down here, and then all of a sudden the upgrades started coming in. Some of these analysts putting north of $100 price targets on this. So this should still be interesting. Get the downgrades in now. And a couple more to go, and that's it. Okay, there was the upgrades and downgrades from briefing.com this morning. Now, earnings season starts this week, guys. Yeah, so we should see, this week will be, this is the start of earnings season, but next week it really gets rolling. Many more companies releasing earnings. This week it's the big banks, the JP Morgans, the Morgan Stanleys, the Goldman Sachs. Alcoa is not a bank, of course, but that is, one of the old school type companies releasing earnings this week. And then next week we're really into it. No idea what, I don't know what it's going to mean for the price action. The ADMS, the buyout is higher than what it is right now, I guess. But again, for me, I just wait to see what happens once the market opens. Boy, this is frustrating. I'm sorry, this is very frustrating why my internal linking within IB is just not changing the symbols. Is it possible, and you're talking about in our charts, is it possible to enter a new symbol manually? Or are you talking about my issues with IB or the TI chart? Yeah, you just left click on a chart. If you left click on a chart and then just start typing, usually the change symbol box will pop up. You just click on change or hit enter on your keyboard, and that's it. I don't use DAS, Dova, so I can't tell you. I don't use DAS. Yeah, for all my fellow Canadians, a happy Thanksgiving. Of course, the U.S. market's open. That's why I'm working today. But I know a lot of Canadians who are in the room. Happy Thanksgiving. So yeah, so if somebody asked that same question, how do I make the little? If you left click on any chart, only just so the trade ideas knows the chart you want to be in. Left click on any chart, and then you should, if you start typing, that box should pop up. You just start typing your symbol, the box should pop up. Okay, now and then click on change or hit enter on your keyboard. If for some reason when you left click and then you start typing, nothing pops up, hit the space bar on your keyboard, and that should get the change symbol. So I am sharing a reasonable facsimile of this. This is a docking version, so I'm not sharing that, but on my homepage, let's hope my homepage is working. So I was at, whoops. Okay. Well, this is an order entry though. Okay, so it's not symbol linked. It's not the same thing. I mean, you don't want to, when you want to place well, I shouldn't say that. Yes, it is synced. I mean, because when I click on a symbol, it'll load in here. So it is synced, if that's what you mean. I click on a symbol, you can't see this. You can't see, I've clicked on a symbol outside of the shared monitor. I've clicked on AEHR. Okay, so it does load in here, if that's what you mean. Well, that's sort of the other. Well, let me say I've never actually thought of it that. No, no. I mean, typically what happens is you see something you like because you've seen it on a chart, right? Or you have an alert, and so you click on the alert, and that's going to load the symbol into Brokerage Plus. I mean, it's the typical way to use it. Yeah, so I'm sharing a lot of scans. Somebody asked, I should go to my homepage. Somebody asked about, so if you click on my homepage link, this is what you'll see. And one of the sections, my scans. Okay, so here are my scans, but here's a layout that looks like this. And basic new highs and lows is here as an example. Okay. Okay, just one moment, please. Okay, so first time you're using Trade Ideas, so I don't know what you're loading first, if you're loading the a default configuration, but excuse me. If you go to our channel bar and click on New and Docked Channel Bar, all right, these are all a bunch of theme channels that we have. Now, in fact, normally what I do, what time is it right now? 9:23. Normally what I do is I go into the sector status, but these are all themed channels. You can take a look at each channel. I'm going to go to the sector status. This is how I usually start before the market opens, just so we can kind of get a gauge for what might happen. You know, we'll see these are the major sectors. So you can see right here, energy, XLE, the stocks that make up the XLE sector. 100% of them are up from Friday's close, as an example, as opposed to look at tech. Tech is getting somewhat hammered this morning. Only 20% are up from Friday's close. Here's financials, 76% are up from Friday's close. So you can kind of get a bit of a gauge what might happen today. Of course, once the market opens, a lot can change. But this is sort of a snapshot of what the market's looking like this morning. Okay, so if you're starting out though, you know, you can take a look, go to New, and then Dock Channel Bar, and these are all themed channels. Okay, so we have a momentum channel as an example. I'm going to go over a lot of this in around 10 o'clock. Okay, but we have a lot of different theme channels. So if it's the first time, you know, that's what I would start off with. I would take a look at the themed channels. You might see a scan that you like, and you can save it to the cloud, and then you go on to another channel. You might see another scan that you like. You can save all these individual scans to what we call the cloud, and then you can bring them back one by one and save them as your layout. So you don't actually have to know how to build anything at the beginning. You know, we've created a lot of scans, a lot of different, I say, themed layouts for you to take a look at, and you can kind of surf through them during the day. So Trade Ideas, I mean, it's very flexible. You can build your own scans, or we've created a lot of scans for you. So you know, especially at the beginning, you know, so you don't have to learn how to build scans at all. Though I really think if you're starting out, you should take a look at this link right here. And it's the 20 lessons, okay? Do yourself a favor if you haven't done this, take a look at the 20 lessons. Okay, it goes over most of the basic features, you know, top lists, how to create them, alert windows, how to create them. And then you can really dive into it. And we have a user guide. It's a brand new user guide. Okay, as far as the resolution goes, RS, I can't help you with that. I don't know. I mean, you know, there's so many different computer settings out there. The only thing I can suggest you do, I know we've got like a lot higher level of tech support on our homepage than by me. In something like that, they may be able to help you. So I'll give you our homepage. And you can start a live discussion and ask that question regarding the resolution. Okay, I don't know how to help you on that one. And I just showed you the sector status. I just showed you that. Okay, if you click on new and then docked channel bar, that'll show you the sector status. Dock channel bar and just go to sector status. So I just went all over that. Maybe, and here you have it. No candlestick showing. I don't know what to say about that. I'm looking, obviously I have candlestick showing, so that might be another one you're going to have to go to our homepage, you know, because I obviously have candlestick showing, so I don't know what would be going on. You might have to go to our homepage and say, hey, I don't have candle. The other thing you can always do, if you have little glitches, just always go to your account and click on the reset connection a few times to see if that rectifies the situation. So when you say your scanner won't fill up with any tickers, it depends what scanner you're using. Some scanners don't work in the pre-market, depends. If you have a relative volume filter that's active in the pre-market, you'll get no data. You'd have to tell me what scan. If you're going to our toolbar and click on dock channels, the dock channel bar, and if you go to sector status, and if nothing is filling up here, then there's an issue, okay? Because you're showing, I'm just showing you right here where there are symbols. So if nothing is showing up here, then again, I would click on account and reset just to see if that rectifies the situation. Okay, then try again going to account and reset. Also, make sure that you have a green ball if you look at my toolbar, way over to the right, there is a ball. It should be green. If it's not, that means you don't have a connection. And even if it is green, it's a possibility that you haven't filled out the NASDAQ compliance and all of that, for data. It's possible. I don't know for sure. Okay, guys, we are now open. I'm going to have to just contact, some of you were saying no candlestick, so I don't know. All right, guys, we are now open, and I'm trying to talk to our tech support to see if this is an issue. Well, when you say you don't understand anything about the setup, I mean, Sunil, you can create any scan that you want, okay? Well, shouldn't any scan, but I mean, we've got all sorts of alerts and filters. You create a scan that you want, or you can take a look at the scans that we've got in the channels. They're all different themed layouts. So also, I mean, when you say you don't know anything about the setup, have you taken a look at least at the 20 lessons? So you get somewhat familiarized with our product. Well, what you see on my screen is a layout that I use, okay? I'm looking for stocks making basic new highs and lows for the day, okay? That's what I'm looking for. That's just a scan I put together. If I look at this scan right here, configure, and I look at the summary, so I'm looking for stocks between $1 and $20. This current volume is a powerful filter that we have, so I want it to be trading at least 8 times normal up to this point of the day. Minimum 400,000 shares, up or down 5%, but this is just an example of a scan I put together. So if a stock meets all these filter requirements and it makes a new high or a new low for the day, I get a real-time alert. That's just my scan, okay? It doesn't mean that that's how you have to trade. You may have you may be more of a pullback trader. You don't want to trade stocks that are near the high of the day. You want to trade a stock that's pulled back. So we have scans for that as an example. Okay? So what you're saying, I'm never trying to force my style of trading on anybody. This is just, a layout that I use. So the big advantage of having, the big difference, I don't want to call it necessarily advantage, but the big difference is our AI, which I'll show you. So this is what it looks like. Okay, there are no trades yet, no alerts yet, but this is part of our premium service. This is what it looks like. You just wait for the alerts to happen. There will be no alerts until at least 9:35. That does not mean there will be an alert at 9:35. When you get an alert, you'll see there's an entry because it's a real-time alert. There'll be a stop. You don't have to jump in right away if you don't want to. So my layout again is on my home page. Okay, but again, I'm not trying to force anybody to use mine. This is just a sample layout. But here, my homepage, if you click on my homepage link, and then you go to the scan section, right here, click here, and here's the layout, okay? It looks a lot like this. It's not quite the same, but it's very much the same. But here are individual scans, okay, that I've created that you can take a look at. Because I mean, there are all sorts of different trading styles. So I try to create different looks, different types of scans for people, but also our toolbar. If you click on new, and then the dock channel bar, and then these are all different layouts. Here's a momentum layout, okay? Here's an earnings layout, okay? You can go through, they're all themed. Stocks that are surging. Okay, I mean, we don't expect, in one day to learn trade ideas, all right? But what we tried to do is create all these different layouts based on themes. You can take a look, and if you see something that makes, hey, I wouldn't mind having this window as part of your layout, if you want to build it, then you just save it to the cloud. And then you just bring them back one at a time. I'm going to go over this in a little more detail in a bit. But again, before you do any of this, you should, do yourself a favor and take a look at the 20 lessons. Okay, please take a look at the 20 lessons. In 20, it's not going to take you 20 days. Just so you understand what a top list is, what we refer to a top list, what we refer to as an alert window, okay? It's like any other, listen guys, it's like any other software program. I mean, you can make trade ideas as complicated as you want or as easy as you want. And when I say easy, we have, I don't even know, 600, 700 alerts and filters. I don't know them all. I don't have to know them all. I have a few that I use, and that's it. It's like when you look at MS Word and you look at the manual they give you. I mean, it's pretty daunting, isn't it? But most of us just need to know how to print. Maybe change it from bold to underline, and just some very, very basic things for the vast majority of us. But we have a lot of different alerts and filters because there are all sorts of different trading styles out there. So when you say, can I link, again, just go to my home page. When you say, oops, sorry, that's the other link. When you say, can I link to your page, you can have my layout. Okay, you can have my layout. If you go to my home page, again, click on the home page link, and here's the scan section right there. So, there is a lot of information on my homepage. I mean, I usually start this sort of spiel at around 10:20, but I know we're in the test drive, so I'm going to get a lot of questions right off the bat, which is absolutely fine. I probably won't do very much trading, if any trading at all, for the next 2 days. I'll be answering a lot of questions. Again, absolutely fine. But on my homepage, there is a lot of information in these two sections, my scans and all the education. Again, guys, you have to do yourself a favor. Try to learn a little bit about, here's our user guide. Here are the introductory lessons. Daily support. But also, if you scroll all the way down to the bottom, back to basics. If you're new to trading, completely new to trading, or very new to trading, this is a great little video series we put together, 36-part video series. Starts off with as basic as you can get. What is a stock? Okay? I mean, look, trading isn't easy. It can be very overwhelming. If you're just starting out completely, you're looking at our program thinking, well, this is going to teach me how to trade. I'm going to tell you right off the bat, this is not a program that teaches you how to trade. All right? We're called Trade Ideas, so we generate ideas, but you have to have some trading knowledge. Yeah, when I place trades, I mean, I use Interactive Brokers. So if I saw something that I like, and obviously I have a trading style that I follow, and if I see something that I like, then I trade it. But a lot of my style is based on, I am what you would call a momentum trader. So I'm not forcing anybody to trade like I do, but I like to see stocks near the high of the day or near the low of the day if I'm going to short. And then the next thing I do, like if I look at this one, CLF, I'm getting, it's showing up on a scan. And so I look left on the daily chart to see, okay, how much room does it have? Here it is right here. And when I say room, where's the next high looking left on a daily chart? So I can see it's up at 23. The stock's at 21.46. So in theory, before it hits the next high, there's some room for it to keep moving. If I don't see anything on the daily chart, then I go to the weekly chart. If I don't see anything on the weekly chart, I go to the monthly chart. That's my style of trading, okay? But this is not a room in which, I will tell people what to trade. There are a lot of great traders in this room. We throw around, we have ideas. What I would say was, this is typically what I would say. I would say, guys, I'm really looking at this one. It's got some room. If it sets up, if it bases just a little bit here and then pops up more in volume, this is something that I'm looking at. That's about the extent of it. If I take the trade, I'll certainly let you know, but I'm not going to ever say, okay, I really recommend you take this trade. That's not this. First of all, I can't do that. I'm not a financial advisor. Ah, I now understand what happened. Okay, the default to black. So yes, I see what happened. Yeah, so CK alert window alerts are OR functions, okay? It's the filters which are the ands. So what you're trying to do can't you so you can't have alerts. You can't have for instance if I said in this particular window here the basic new highs and lows. So I want it to trigger if it makes a new high or a new low, okay? And I'll get a real-time alert. I could add another alert, a new 5-minute high, a new 5-minute low, or a new 10-minute high. What you're trying to say is, okay, only show it when it makes a new 5-minute high and a new high. No, these are ORs. These are the ands, okay? Filters are ands, alerts are ORs. Okay? So again, what I mean, here are my filters. So if a stock is between 1 and 20 and it has a current value of 8 and it has 400,000 shares and, okay, so if all of these requirements are satisfied and it makes a new high or a new low for the day, I get a real-time alert. But these are ORs. So if I had in all of my scans, I don't have several alerts. Okay, just the way I trade because I'm looking for new highs or new lows. But I rarely will I have two different triggers. I'll just have one trigger. But they are ORs. Guys, again, I'm going to be a little, because I'm answering a lot of questions, which again, I'm going to have to reiterate, absolutely fine, okay? I'm not too concerned about trading today for me and maybe tomorrow. Usually slows down a little bit after the first couple of days. But I was talking about PTGX as an example, as a potential short. As it starts moving down. So you might want to look at this. I mean, it obviously had decent news. That's why it's popped up. But we see a lot of these start to fade. So when you say your application opens multiple windows, so I don't know what windows you're actually seeing. So I'm not sure exactly when you say you want to group the windows into one with segmented sections. Are you talking about something that looks maybe like this? Like I've got these windows grouped together. I have 3 monitors. I have other groupings. I have these windows grouped together. Are you talking about something like that? Okay. All right. So that is what we call docking, a docked window. So before I do anything and show you, you should watch this video. It goes over what we call a dock. Okay. You can take a look at this video first. You know what? It may not. Let me just see if that. Just give me a moment, please. I think that yeah. Okay. Here is the link on its own. In YouTube, sometimes it's hard for me to. Just give me a moment here. Give me a moment. I'm sorry. I just have to pop out the. pop out the chat again. Okay, here is your link. Okay, that is the link, okay, for okay, that is the link for docking. My monitor size, I have a 32 inch 4K monitor. Now listen, guys, if you're brand new to Trade Ideas today and you're feeling overwhelmed, well, that is, you know, look, I mean, it's a brand new software package for you, okay? Don't expect to be able to be an expert at Trade Ideas in 1 day, 2 days, 2 weeks, 2 months, okay? Seriously though, I mean, you can make it as hard as you want in terms of all, if you're looking at all the alerts and filters, think, oh my goodness, how am I going to learn them all? You don't have to. Okay, so we do not recommend first of all, we don't recommend auto trading the Holly, okay? But, if you're part of this test drive and you want to see how it could work, okay? You have to have the Holly AI as a tab. If you don't see Holly AI as a tab in this Brokerage Plus window, and first of all, again, this is only available if you're using our downloadable application. If you're using our web-based version, you will not have access to this Brokerage Plus window. Okay? So that's number one. So then, what I would practice it first. You can click on the simulator. Okay? We can click on the simulator. And it'll probably say choose account and make sure, and then you'll just choose simulated trading default. Go to Holly AI as a tab. If you don't have that tab, then click on new and then Holly AI. Okay, new within Brokerage Plus. So you have the tab. You can turn them all on. You just highlight them. Right click, enable. Okay, all the strategies. Now they're on. I have to highlight more if I want. Okay, so now they're all on, and now you're in simulation mode. Before you would ever, you know, people are bound and determined, I know, but we recommend not auto trading the AI, but if you want to try it to see what it looks like, practice in the simulator first. And that goes for people who have their own strategies that they want to auto trade. Practice in the simulator first. Now, what is your PT account, Trader Jeff? What is PT? Because you can only, well, in our simulator, it doesn't matter what your broker is, who your broker is, okay? The simulator uses our real-time data, okay? But I can't emphasize enough before, if you want to get into auto trading, either the AI or your own strategies, practice in the simulator first to see how it would work. Yeah, I think the stock of the week was the SPY or something. I don't think there was not one stock. I can't remember what it was, but it was not a... It was an ETF. XLF, there you go, XLF. Thank you, Andy. So trader, did that make sense first before you want to auto trade the AI or your own strategy? If you had a strategy you want to auto trade, practice in the simulator first to see how it would work. Does that make sense? The other thing is there's a video. I'm going to put this in this Brokerage Plus video, and it goes over a lot of this. And the second long video goes into, you know, how you would turn the strategies on, how you would turn your own strategy on. Can't emphasize it enough. Practice in the simulator first before you get into any form of auto trading. Guys, look at that CCXI on the move with all these upgrades. All right, we've got a 10-day breakout for Diddy, D-I-D-I. Now, I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes anyway, but again, I'm probably going to be very, very, very light on trading today. Just going to answer questions. Boy, that Bed Bath & Beyond is still in misery after its earnings last week. And by the way, if you're brand new into this room today, this is the format Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. all the time. This is nothing special for the test drive. If you're part of the test drive, this is the format all the time. So you can always come into the trading room. You can ask me questions. This has been a monster, guys. This TTM from Thursday of last week, Thursday, Friday, and continuation. This has been a real monster. TTM is what we call second, and now third day continuation after the big gap up on Thursday. Well, it has already triggered, okay? So it is already triggered. So if you want to watch the AI, this is what I would recommend you do. If you click on New from our toolbar, click on New from the toolbar, and then click on AI/Holly Strategy Trades window, okay? The Trades window. And this is the window that you'll see. Never mind these two up here. This is what we call docking, but this is the window that you'll see, all right? And you know, as the alerts come in, you have, you know, there's an entry. Here is a stop. You don't have to get in right at the penny. You know, for me, I would never take any trade until I click on an alert, check the chart to see if there's any sort of resistance nearby, check the pattern. So here's one that just came in. Okay, one that just came in. How you trade it will be up to you. But that's what the AI looks like. Nothing for you to do. You don't have to set it up in any specific fashion. It just is automatically going to show you the entries, and with a stop, how you trade them will be up to you. Well, if you're on our... Oh, it's under another monitor, Laura. You know, I have... Remember, I'm sharing a lot of different scans. I'm not, you know, every scan that I have, I'm not going to be displaying because, I mean, first of all, it'll be too overwhelming for everybody. You know, so I have a sample layout that I have, but I have individual scans, okay? If you go to my, again, go to my home page, and individual scans are right here. This is the scan section. So this is one that we were really looking at last week, the 10-day daily breakout, the 10-day daily breakdown. These are two. I tried to create different sort of scans. I mean, there are all sorts of different trading styles, okay? So, you know, these are all different types of scans that people can take a look at. But this one last week we created, this is from Real, great trader in the room. I don't think he's going to be here this week. but this is one that he put together. I tweaked it to the way I like to see things. And so that is where DIDI came. So you can load this one. You can take a look at it. So Grant, when you say it seems like you have the wrong version. What version of trade? If you click on help and about, what version do you have? Now I'm on a development version, so you won't have this, but you should have something that says 5.5 something or other. But this option within our toolbar, clicking on new, and then AI/Holly strategy trades window has been there for so long. Here's the other thing. You can get very overwhelmed with trade ideas by having way too many windows, okay? Alert windows and top list windows open. We all go through it. I mean, you know, when I first started with trade ideas, just as a customer, and way back in 2010, you know, I didn't want to miss any setup at all. You know, I'd go on the internet, I'd see people talking about, well, you should have this setup. So I would try to create it within trade ideas. Then I look again, we should have this setup also. So I'd create it within trade ideas. So at one point I probably had 40 windows. What would happen is I'd get alerts all day long, click like mad, and get nothing done. At some point, you have to determine what sort of trader you are and pare down the number of windows to a very manageable level so that you're not overwhelmed with alerts all day long and getting nothing done. Now, I can't tell you, you know, we have all sorts of different trading styles, so I can't say, well, this is what you should do. I'm never going to say that. You know, I mean, we all have different trading styles in this trading room. Now, you've got too many windows in, Grant. If you've got a lot of windows open, that's why I don't show all the windows that I have, you know, on the shared monitor. I don't want to overwhelm people. Meanwhile, it's so frustrating. I don't know what's going on with my IB. Meanwhile, this HYLN is just getting hammered, guys, on that downgrade with a $5 price target put on by UBS. This is probably one that I would have taken as a short. I was paying way more attention. Well, Grant, all you have to do is click on new and then AI/Holly strategy trades window. And when you do that, this is the window that should pop up. Okay, and then you can incorporate this window as part of your layout, so you don't have to load it every morning. You can incorporate it as part of your layout. So there's no reason, depends what you're doing. If like, I don't know why it wouldn't be staying open. Yeah, so the pre-market data is just a selection. If you right click and click on click on properties. Okay, so if you right click on a chart, click on properties, and you can uncheck the show pre-market and uncheck if you don't want to see the post-market either. Okay? Okay, so in a very manual way, okay, Laura, I'm gonna start this right now. Normally I wait a little while, but in a very manual way. And if you're new to trading, practice. So, for instance, if I wanted to take SPW, okay, take DATS as an example, okay. So I click on DATS and see here's the symbol loads here. I can pick how many shares I want to trade. I'm sorry guys, I'm just frustrated because it's not loading into my order entry in, not that that matters, I mean, because I'm not taking the order. Let me just do it again. Okay, so I see the spread is, you know, it's a 3-cent spread, whatever, it's not, but I'm just, here's the mechanics. Here's the mechanics. So I could take 300 shares, I could buy it at the market, click the buy button, and you see how there it is right here. Okay, so I'm in this is in the simulator. Now, what we talk about trading, when we talk about, you know, when you're first starting out, yes, you should always have a stop. And how you have a stop, when I get into a trade, I always know where I'm going to get out of the trade if it doesn't work for me. You know, and what does that mean, not working for me? Well, if it hits a certain price, you know, below where I got in, I should be out of the trade. You know, so if you're new to trading, that's what we're always talking about. Practice, practice, practice. Because you might say, well, okay, I kind of get that concept that I should be out of a trade if it gets down to a certain level. I should be out. How do I know where that price is, though? You know, how do I know where I should put a stop? That's where the practice is going to come in. So, for instance, again, I'm just showing you the mechanics right here. This is not necessarily what I would do, you know, if I were trading this for real. But I would be sizing up for me. I would look at a chart and I would look and say, okay, here is maybe an area, you know, where I think there's a lot of support. So if it broke down through that support level, that's where I'd want to be out of the trade, as an example. This is a general example. Others might look and say, well, you know what, maybe I want to be out if it closes below the previous 5-minute candle. That's my stop. Or the previous 15-minute candle. Or some moving average. This is why you have to practice. You have to get comfortable with how you're going to place stops. Okay? So once you know where you're going to, because when you get into a trade, you should always know where you're going to get out. So I will now, let's say I got into this trade, you know, at 12.39. Let me just say, again, this is how I usually try to show people, try to make the math super simple. 12.39, I'm going to put the stop at 12.19. So you see there's and I just got stopped out. That's okay. Notice I'm sorry, I only took 300 shares. Let me do another one. I don't want to confuse people. Let me do another one how I usually start talking about stops and money management, etc. Okay? So what I want to do, now you can't do this, only I can do this. Okay, I'm going to connect back to the simulator. Okay, so let me start again, because now we'll talk about money management. Okay, let's say I wanted to take this trade right now, IONQ. Okay, I'm looking at the spread. It's a 1-cent spread, so that's okay. I'm going to buy 500 shares in the simulator right at the market. Okay, just click the big buy button. And I took the trade, okay, in the simulator. There was my entry price. I'm going to add the stop order. Remember, I would know where that stop order is before I put in my order. I know where I know where I want to get out if the trade doesn't work. I put it at 9.04, which just coincidentally happens to be 20 cents away. Okay, notice on the chart, there's a red line that shows up. So if I allow this trade to go down to 9.04 to my stop price, I'll lose $100. In the simulator, I'm always risking $100. So for instance, if you have a $5,000 account, you shouldn't be risking $1,000 a trade. All right, so in the simulator, I'm always risking $100. Now, how did that magically appear as $100? No, it wasn't really magic. You notice that my entry was 924. I put the stop at 904. Not necessarily that that's where the stop should be, but I'm just trying to make the math super simple here. Notice that 924, 904, the difference is 20 cents. So when you get into trading, you know, at least the way I trade and many in this trading room trade, you don't take the same number of shares per trade. You know, I took 500. Why 500? If I divide, here's my entry. Here's my stop. The difference is 20 cents. I wanted to risk $100 on the trade. If I divide 20 cents into $100, I get 500 shares. So the share sizing will change depending on what the difference is between your entry and your stop. So there's a little bit of, math to do, because you'll divide that into how much you're willing to risk per trade. And you should really keep the same risk per trade all the time. You don't want to risk $100 one trade, $300 the next, $50 the next, or get into what we call revenge trading. You lose $100 on that first trade, so you think, wow, I better risk $200 the next trade because I don't want to, because when I win that one, I'll make up for the $100 loss and I'll be up $100. So you lose that one, now you're down $300. You can get into this cycle of revenge trading. If you're new to trading, practice using our simulator. So here now, you can see that if I get stopped out at 9:04, I've got what I would consider my manageable loss. That's what I was prepared to lose. The other aspect is to obey your stop. Sometimes it's really hard. You can practice in our simulator for a while, as long as it takes before you get comfortable. I'll tell you this. If you cannot make money in the simulator, forget about trying to make money in your live account. Just forget about it. Trading isn't easy. I'm not trying to dissuade anybody from doing this, but if you cannot make money in the simulator, forget about trading. Until you can make money in the simulator, then okay, you can advance to your live account, but even that doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to be able to make money in your live account. Why? Because now all of a sudden, emotions come into play. Easy in a simulator, you're hearing me talk about obeying your stop. It's easy to get stopped out. Oh, well, not real money. But, I obeyed my stop and I took a $100 loss. Sometimes, especially when you start trading, I always talk about this. I say, you should have a checklist about and all the reasons why you shouldn't get into a trade. Until you can check, say yes, 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 to your checklist that says, okay, these are the reasons why I shouldn't take a trade. But if I can say, okay, I can take the trade because it does meet these requirements, okay, then I can take the trade. But if I can't say yes to all the requirements, then I don't take the trade. So let's just say, you check yes, and you shouldn't have 100. If you have 100 requirements, you'll never get into any trades, okay? And again, what your criteria will be for not taking a trade. For instance, it might be, well, the volume's not high enough. The volume's not a certain amount, I don't take the trade. If I don't see, if I'm a momentum trader, if I'm looking left on a daily chart and I see a next high very close to the current price, I don't take the trade. These are just things that I go through. I'm not saying these are what you have to go through. So I'm mentally going through, and if I can't go check, 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 then I don't take the trade. So I get into a trade, and I've been able to check. And in fact, it had great news, fantastic news, and everybody's talking about it. Guess what? Even the best setups with the best news, they don't always work. Sometimes, though, it's really hard to obey that stop that you've placed, because now you start second guessing yourself. Man, this just has to work. So you don't obey your stop. So now instead of that $100 manageable loss, it starts sinking, and now you're down to $200, you're down to $300, $400, $500 of a loss before you finally give up and say, oh well, I'm going to get out, and then you kick yourself. So it's really important to have the discipline, to obey your stop. In my opinion, anyway, that's how I trade. Well, it's okay. When you get into the trade, you just right click. And the other thing though, Laura, take a look, watch this video. The second video in this link goes into all of this. Okay, all of this in the Brokerage Plus video. But when I took the trade, okay, I right clicked and you see where it says add add the stop order. And it's grayed out right now because I've already got my stop. Now I could modify it, I could move it, which I'm not going to, but I could modify it. And I could modify it upwards. So let's just say the trade really starts to work, well. I can start moving that line right in the chart up, okay, to a higher level. You know, the stock is up now 950, 960. I can look at the chart, again, how I trade, look at another support level. If it broke down through that, I should be out of the trade. And again, I know this sounds awfully complicated if you're just starting out, but you know, trading is not easy. It can take time. No, the spread is from your broker, really. Okay, the spread is from your broker. We don't have the spread. I mean, if you have a brokerage platform, I mean that you know here within interactive brokers, you know here's you know all brokers will have something like this. You'll see the spread. All right, guys, I'm still struggling with this interactive brokers not loading. It periodically does it. Anyway, once the market closes, I'm going to have to take a hard look. Okay, so the linking now, as I understand it, and unfortunately, because I did go through this, I recognize what was happening. I guess the default candlesticks were black. I mean, that's just it never should have happened. So in the newest version, the production version, that I guess that's what was happening. All the default candlesticks were black, so you really couldn't see anything. You know, you had to go into select background color, change, you know, to with the candlesticks up down. You had to change this, which I did last week. So I now understand what an issue was. So if you've been able to use with the latest production version, and you're able to get the candlesticks so you can see them, you know, up down. My up are green, my down are red. So the easiest thing with the linking, if you go to properties, right-click properties, so symbol linking. So you either have symbol linking on or off. Okay, that's why here when I click on a symbol, DATS, all of these time frames are linked. My 2, 5, 15, day, month, week, all are linked, but the SPY is not. I don't want the SPY to change. You know, when I click on a symbol, I want this to remain because I want to see the SPY chart all day long. So that's obviously unlinked. Now, so does that answer your question, CK? Okay. So this is typically what I do, of course, is check to see how the SPY is doing and or the overall market. So we can see the market's up, tech is up, SPY is up. Sometimes we see what I call a disconnect. Sometimes the Dow will be up and tech will be down, NAS. But everything's up, so there is no disconnect right now in the market. From the option scanner. Actually, it is. I haven't even looked. I haven't looked at really anything yet. OCUL. So the alert came at 1073. Okay. So what do we see? A lot of resistance here, don't we, Christine? Well, at least that is. So when I get this alert and the alert was at 1073, it's not that attractive to me because look at all the resistance on the daily chart right here, right around 11, not far away. Okay, so that and look where it got to. I mean, it got literally what to 1086. There's a high here at right around 1086. There's a high here. 1089. There's a high here. 1091. You see what I'm saying? Lots of resistance. So it's not that attractive to me. So the option scanner that we're talking about now, it's not, I don't trade options, okay, but I have a scanner that takes a look at stocks that are having abnormal option activity. Okay, so if you go to my website or my homepage, that tab, my homepage tab, is always available right here in what I call the main trading room. Okay, you can find that tab, and then if you click on it and click on my homepage, and then here is the scan section. And you click here, and this is the one we're talking about, moving higher with unusually strong options. It's by far my favorite scan. Okay, so that's what we're talking about. It has not been super active last week. I anticipate that, I don't know how active it'll be this week, but I almost guarantee next week it'll be quite active because we'll be fully into earnings season next week. I mean, we have some big companies releasing earnings this week. We have the banks, Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan, Morgan Stanley, Citi, etc. Okay, who are releasing earnings. You can see right there, October 15th. But next week, we'll have a lot of other stocks releasing earnings. And so I think we'll see a lot of action from that option scanner. No, not at all. I don't look at the AI like that at all. For me, you see the AI as a watch list. That's all it is, okay? And I personally really only I only focus on the stocks under $20. That's just, you'll notice that most of my scans are, this one is between 1 and 20. I think the option one is 1 and 25. That doesn't mean that if you took one of my scans, like the basic new highs and lows, and you right click, and you click on the summary, I have 1 in 20. That doesn't mean you can't make a change. You might want between 10 and 100. But my style of trading is, I like to focus on the stocks probably no more than $25. And so that's all I really look at the AI. I don't care about the individual strategies, what in theory was working well last week. I just look at the individual the individual alerts on their own. Now, first of all, what time is it now? 10:20. So again, this is typically what I do now around 10:20 is I welcome everybody to the room, especially those who are brand new to the room. This is the format Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. All the time. Well, I would say all the time is this is not special because we're in this test drive. This is the format, again, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Sharing my screen and live on the mic. So what is Trade Ideas? We're a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the U.S. stock market. Doesn't matter who your broker is. Doesn't matter where you live in the world. You can use Trade Ideas. So, this is an example of a scan. I call it the basic new highs and lows. If I right click on it, and click on Configure. And then click on the summary. This is what I'm looking for. Okay, so let me try to answer Stephen, okay? He's in the YouTube room. So when you click on File, just give me a moment here. So Stephen, first of all, can you hear me? I'm talking to Stephen in our YouTube room. I moderate 2 rooms at the same time. And it's the same. They see my screen, they hear me. This is what you see here is the main trading room. A lot more action, a lot more traders in here. It's easier for me to hand out links, etc. But we do have a YouTube room in which they can hear me and see my screen also, just not as much activity. So I'm just trying to answer him. So I have to just asking the question, can he hear me? When you ask me a question, it really helps to not have me on mute so that I can answer. Well, so he can't hear me. How am I going to help? Well, I'm going to try. Okay, you can hear me, Stephen? Okay, so if you click on from our toolbar, click on New, because I think what you're telling me, you just have a toolbar, right? That's all you have, just a toolbar, nothing else. So all you have to do to see a layout is click on New, Dock Channel Bar, and then these are all themed layouts. So you click on one of them, stock surging as an example, you should see, a layout that we've created. As an example. Assuming you do have a green ball, okay, a green ball up here, that means you have a live connection. It's not a matter of not trusting the AI. I don't auto-trade the AI. We don't recommend auto-trading the AI. I look at every alert on its own. I'll never ever take a trade. I'll never auto-trade, okay? When I click on an alert that I get, I'm always checking the charts to see, what is the pattern it's coming from? How much room does it have before it hits some resistance, maybe on a daily or a weekly and a monthly chart? So it's not a matter of not trusting it. I use the AI like a watch list. Okay, so it's not a matter of not trusting it. It's just that, do I take every trade? Of course not. So if you want to sign up for the test drive, I don't have a direct link to the exchange agreements, but the test drive that we're in right now, there's still time to sign up. You'll get the balance of today. You don't need a coupon, no. Zach, I don't know if you're listening to me. Yeah, I've been watching that the PTGX. You got the same idea as I do. So if you click on the test drive link, this is what you'll see. And you can still sign up for it. You get the balance of today. It'll cost you $11.11 to have access to the full premium package, premium service, okay? And again, you'll have the balance of today. So you don't get 10 days. If if you can't sign up today, but you can sign up tomorrow, you're not going to get 10 days. You'll get 9 days, all right? So if you sign up now, you'll get the balance of today, and it runs to the 22nd. It'll cost $11.11. You'll have access to the full premium service. I also really, really recommend, like, do yourself a favor. It's a software package, so try to learn a little bit about it before you just dive into it. So that's why I'm putting the 20 lessons. Okay. I'm reading the trap. Yeah, I'm reading it. I see, Stephen. So you can. Okay. So you're able to load those themed layouts in. But take a look at the 20 lessons. The other thing to remember, or I shouldn't say remember, but to really let you know, when this test drive is over, it's over. Okay, and what I mean by that, we get a lot of emails saying, okay, how do I unsubscribe from it? When it's over, it's over. There's nothing for you to do. There's nothing for you to unsubscribe from. We do not put you into a subscription. Okay? Look at this market, guys. Look at this market. First hour straight up. Okay, so we do not put you into a subscription. There'll be a nice promo code for you if you do want to take out a subscription, but there's nothing for you to unsubscribe from. So zooming in and out is, again, left click, just so Trade Ideas knows what chart you're in. Press down the control key on your keyboard, keep it pressed down, and then with your scroll wheel on your mouse, you can scroll in and out. Okay, so I'll pick a different one because this is a relatively new. Okay, so control key, press down on your keyboard. It's a little, I don't know why it's not as, let me get Macy's. Okay, we know a lot of history with Macy's. Okay, there we go. Okay, so I've got my control key pressed down on the keyboard, and I just use my scroll wheel to scroll in and out. This is on the daily chart. So I don't quite understand the question, James, when you say how to get multiple chart layouts for highs and lows. You're talking about are you talking about why these all change? I've got trucks in all of these, is that what you mean? In all the different time frames? Yes, no? Okay, guys, let me just continue a little bit on my spiel, okay, about trade ideas in general. So this is an example, again, of a scan that I've put together. If you want to create your own scans, this is an idea of a scan that I put together. If all these filter requirements are met and a stock makes a new high or a new low for the day, I get a real-time alert. That's why I see these right here, okay, these symbols right here. Now, the good news about trade ideas, you don't have to learn a programming language. If I right-click on an alert window and configure, click on configure, and then click on search. Here are all the alerts that we have. When you see the icons that look like this, these are all the alerts that we have, and I can scroll down, 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 down. When the icons look like this, these are the filters that we have. Don't worry, you don't have to learn them all. I probably lose 0.5% of them, okay? Why do we have all of these? Because we have all sorts of different customers with different types of trading styles. So if you want to create your own scan, we feel we've put together enough alerts and filters that you can combine them to create the type of scan you're looking for, okay? You don't have to learn them all, but but you don't have to learn programming either. It's like an a la carte, okay? Just an a la carte situation. You just kind of pick from a menu and create your scan. And again, this is for people, you don't have, with Trade Ideas at the beginning, you don't even have to know how to create anything. You can use my scans, go to my home page, or you click on new, dock channel bar, and here we have a lot of scans that we've created. These are all themed layouts. And you can take a look at them all. Here's a lot of people like momentum trades. So here's an example. Yeah, Artster, we are a PC-based program. There is a way, yes, you're right, the web-based version is not as robust as the downloadable application. We have a lot of people in this trading room and also who at Trade Ideas who have Macs, and they'll use an emulation program like Parallels. I know a lot of people may not want to do that, but that's what a lot of people will do. Or something like Amazon Web Services, or I guess Microsoft's got their Microsoft 360, I think it's called. So there are ways, that if you don't want to use the web-based version, that you can do it. But yes, we do not. But you're right, we do not have a Apple or a Mac version. Let me just drop the podcast link in for you, okay? This is a podcast done by a couple of people at Trade Ideas who have Macs. Okay, and you can click on this and you can see how they discussed what they do, or, the options that you have if you do have a Mac. There you go. There's slow down. So slow down is indicating what he did, or she, I don't know, he or she did. So here's an example, as I say, you don't have to know how to create this. I mean, we created this for you. You look at this Momo, okay? You're on the Momentum channel. You're looking at this and you're thinking, oh, let's click on EVLO. Let's see what's happening with it. And, obviously, yeah, a lot of momentum. Straight up for the first, almost an hour and a half. Hour and a half straight up on the 15-minute chart. Okay? So if you like this scan, first of all, you should right-click. This is what you do with virtually every Trade Ideas window. You can right-click, configure, and click on the summary, and in English language it's telling you what it's looking for. Stocks between 1 and 50. This current volume, relative volume filter that we have, very powerful. What this is telling us is that up to this point, let's call it 10:30, it's trading 3 times normal at what it's normally done. It's a little more involved on this, but let's just say over the last 10 days, up to 10:30, okay? So it's looking at the current time. And here's your, minimum volume, etc. So if you like this the way it is, you don't want to make any changes, but of course you can make a change. If you wanted a different time frame, maybe you wanted a minimum of 10, you just now click on the summary, you see how it has been changed. Now, here's the deal with our channels. I can say okay right now, and so the change is here, okay? But if I leave the channel and come back, I'm going to do that right now. I'm going to go to a stock surging channel. Okay? Now I'm going to go back to the momentum channel. I'm going to right click, configure, click on that summary, and you'll go, hey, wait a minute, I changed that to make it between 10 and 50. Why is it back to 1 and 50? Here's why. These channels are for everybody, all right? So the fact that you want to make a change doesn't necessarily reflect everybody's idea of a change. The channels are for everybody. So typically once you get used to using trade ideas though, let's just say again, I wanted to make that change. I want to make it now 10 and 50. You don't have to though. I mean, if you're satisfied with what we've done, say, okay, now here's how you can build your own layout. If you've made a change, or even if you haven't, but you like the idea of this alert window. So if you're using, you see, if I right click and it says duplicate into free floating window. So that appeared on another monitor. So here it is. It's free floating, all right? Now I can right click, save or share to cloud. I'm going to save it to the cloud. Okay? I'm going to X this out. I don't want to see it anymore. I'm going to go to another stock surging. The action is heating up right now. Wow, that sounds maybe pretty interesting. Let's just say, and I look, and I configure, and I see, Andy, if you're here, we got to change this price range. So you might look at that and go, well, 1 in 1,000 is a little too broad a range. I only want to see stocks between 1 and 10. Click on that summary, see how it's changed. If I'm satisfied with everything else, of course, if you get, as you get used to using trade ideas, you can start adding your own filters. But let's just say again, you're satisfied with everything. I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to right click, duplicate into free floating window. And again, if you're thinking this is really complicated because you're brand new to it, yeah, it might sound really overwhelming, but once you get used to doing it a few times, it's really not as big a deal. So here's that window. Again, it showed up on another monitor. I will right click, save or share to cloud. I will click on that and save. So you can kind of see what I'm doing. I'm going into each individual themed channel and I see the layouts, and I can kind of extract things that might look interesting to me. Then, here where it says File, Load from Cloud. See, I'm going to have these two are right up here. Okay? So imagine all you have is a blank toolbar, or maybe you were able to create a little layout of your own, but now you want to also add these or start from scratch. So let's just pretend you had a blank tool, like you just had a toolbar and nothing else, and you've gone through our channels, extracted different windows. You see it up here, load. Again, it showed up on my other monitor. Okay, there's one. File, load from cloud. Here's the Momo, load. So you can kind of see what I'm doing. I went through the different channels. I extracted scans that I thought might be interesting to me. I can load them from the cloud, and then what I can do is save them. Maybe I add some charts, some other things, and then I can create my own layout. File. You can do it two ways. Save the layout to your computer. I do it both ways usually. Save the layout to your computer. But what I would do to start is I would save up here, File, Save or Share to Cloud. Now notice it says, click on Entire, give it a name. Oops, give it a name. My first layout, and save it. Now you've created a layout and you've saved it. And so, that is a very easy way of not even knowing how to create a scan from scratch, but just sort of extracting some of the ones that might look interesting, maybe making a little modification, of minimum volume or a different price range. But now you've built your first layout without really having to know how you created those scans in the first place. It's not too late to sign. When you say sign up for Holly, Joe Dagger, are you talking about signing up for the test drive? It is not too late to sign up for the test drive, no. So here's your link. Okay, there's the test drive. There is the test drive link. So it is not too late. You'll get the balance of today plus the next 9 trading days, okay? And when you click on it, this is what you'll see. Okay, $11.11. Now this is also, should say this, it's also open if you're a standard subscriber and you want to try out our premium service for the balance of today plus 9 days, you can also do so. Third restart. Okay, glad to hear that, Stephen. So again, this is what the AI looks like. You can tell right now, not having a great day. You can see right off the bat, not having a great day. But how I use this is as a watch list. Sometimes, the AI gets into a trade a little bit early. You can always set up later on. But this is what it looks like. Not these two windows up here. This is, what we call I've docked these two. But this is what it looks like. All you have to do is click on New, AI/Holly Strategy Trades window, and this is the window that you'll see. And don't worry about, if it says Holly Grail, Holly 2.0, Holly Neo. You'll notice, and what happens is you'll get there is the entry time, there's your entry price. You do not have to take the trade right away. You don't have to take the trade at all. How you trade this will be up to you. Okay, but here's a stop. And you can see right here is ZTO got, in at, it was a long, 3204, got stopped out. Okay, got stopped out. All right, so somebody asked earlier about the OCUL. So this came on the option scanner. I mean, it's still struggling to get through this area. I mean, if it got through the area, it's got some room still. A 5-minute low alert. What do you mean by that? I mean, there is not a 1-minute low alert. I see what you mean. No, I mean there's a new low, a new real-time low, but there is not a 1-minute low. I guess the lowest that it is a. Yeah, so there's not a 1-minute. I guess not. I mean, I've never tried a 1-minute low, but if the lowest is 5 minutes, then that's it. Yeah, 5-minute high. Okay, so but what I should do, well, all I have to do is this. Yeah, there is not a 1-minute low alert. No, I mean just going down here. Just 5 minutes is the lowest. Yeah. You can't. No, you cannot. If it's not there, you cannot create it. So my option scanner, David, if you click on, well, I'll put up my home page in again. If you click on my home page, okay, if you click on my home page, the link. Now I should go over my home page in a little more detail now. Okay, when you click on my link, okay, a few things. Save my link, number one. A lot of information in these two sections, okay? But you can also get you can sign up for the Trade of the Week. It's free. I guess it was, XLE, or XLF, financials. Most of the time it is a stock, but this week it was suggested that it would be financials, the financial ETF. But it is free service. Stock of the day, I probably will not do one today because I'm probably not going to do any trading at all. But typically I do a stock of the day video at noon Eastern. All the education right here. If you click here, all right, the user guide, brand new user guide, okay? Take a look at the user guide. Again, you don't have to know everything, but it's all nicely laid out. You want to know what the channel bar is, the alert window, topless window, the multi-strategy, etc. Okay, so this is brand new. This was released last week. Lots of information here. Okay, again, you don't have to learn everything. Let me just up here. So when you click on the let me go back. So when you click on that education section, right here, so again, you'll see there's at the top the TI user guide, the 20 introductory lessons. These are very quick. I'd probably look at that before I looked at the user guide. What is a top list? Build a top list. What's an alert window? Creating one. All the way down to, we nicknamed the AI Holly. Okay. And then Brokerage Plus, which I'm going to get into in a little bit. Now, daily support session. So you've heard me speak of a YouTube room. So I do monitor it and moderate it at the same time as what I call the main trading room. So I take a break at around noon. One of the other traders takes over from 12 to 1. And today, let's see, being Monday, it should be Sean. I'll verify that. So when I take my break at noon, I will put the YouTube link in if you want to go over there between 12 and 1. Again, I see we're on our rotation. There's another different trader on Tuesday, another one on Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. So daily webinar. So all our webinars are canceled for the next 2 weeks because of the test drive, but you can sign up for them all. And they are Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, but we rotate them. So 1 week it's Tuesday, Thursday, the next week it's Monday, Wednesday, and then so on, okay? But you can sign up for them all here, but there are no webinars for the next 2 weeks. Educational videos, probably the user guide, it's probably better, but, if you want to take a look at these, starting trade ideas from scratch. But this is a really cool one, okay? If you're new to trading, not just new to trade ideas, but new to trading, take a look at this, back to basics. It starts off with, what is a stock? Okay, so you really can't get much more basic than that. So this is a great little series. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put it together. If you're new to trading, really recommend you take a look at this. Trading is not easy, no matter what anybody tries to tell you. So these three sections are free, and then of course my scans, which of course you have to be a subscriber. But if you're part of the test drive this next 2 weeks, these 2 weeks, you have access to all of this. Now, big recommendation. If you create a scan or a layout, okay, save it to the cloud. Save each individual window to the cloud, okay, an individual scan you may have created. Save your entire layout to the to the cloud. Why? A few reasons. First of all, you can have trade ideas on as many different devices as you want. You can only have trade ideas open one device at a time, but you can have trade ideas on as many devices as you want. So let's just say, obviously I'm working on a desktop, but I've got a laptop. So all I have to do is download the program to my laptop, and then file, load from cloud. So I could load my layout, I could load scans, so I don't have to recreate everything from scratch, going from device to device, okay? So that's number one reason. Number two, if something happens, let's say I'm on my desktop and I haven't saved anything, and my desktop, my computer explodes. Oh well, it's, tough break, but I get a new computer. And then all I have to do is, of course, download the program. And as long as I've saved everything into the cloud, I just load my layout back, all the scans I want. So save everything to the cloud. And number three, if you're part of this test drive and you do, create some alert windows, you create a layout, if you save it to the cloud, if at any point in the future you decide you want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, all you have to do is make sure when you take out that subscription is use the same email address that you're using for this test drive, and everything you've done in the test drive will be there for you. Be it a week after the test drive is over, a month, a year, 5 years. Okay, as long as you save everything to the cloud. Okay, so those are reasons to save everything to the cloud. So now let's talk a little more detail about this window that we see here called Brokerage Plus. Again, if before you start trading, I know I mentioned this in the first half hour, but before you start trading, practice using our simulator, Paper Trader. It uses our real-time data, so it doesn't matter who your broker is. Very simple to do. You just click on the sim, okay, and I think this will probably say account details or something like that. Just click on it, and then simulated trading default will be a selection, and then you just have to make sure simulated trading default is now in this box. And it's really simple. You just click on an alert, the symbol shows up. You pick how many trades you want or how many shares you want. Now, how I usually like to demonstrate this to begin with is because a lot of people like to take trades on pullbacks. So let's just say I wanted to take this FFIE. I don't want to take it right now. I'd like to take it if it pulled back to say I don't know, 823. What I'm doing right now is showing you the mechanics of how to do it. So you pick how many shares. I'll pick the price I want to get in at. Again, I said, what, 812? And what I do is I put in the price and the stop box, I put the same price, 812, 812. So see, I've got 812, 812, and I click the buy button. Notice a nice big blue line appears on the chart, so that if FFII went down to 812, it would take the trade. Okay, so that's how you can practice. A lot of people like to take pullback trades. Again, I'm not saying this is what I would do in real life. I'm just showing you the mechanics of how you would do it. Now, at some point, maybe you look at it later on. You say, you know what? I don't like it anymore. I don't want to take it if it pulls back to that level. You just go into the orders, click on orders, and right-click and cancel it. Just cancel the order. I'll leave it in. Okay, so that demonstrates how you can take something on a pullback. Okay, so Apex Trader. Yeah, so no. Well, first of all, are you using our dock version of the software? I think because your question is this, when I click on new and then dock channel bar, can I have this channel bar? Well, let me just see if I can do it. I mean, you can just take it and move it. Okay, I mean, you can just take it and move it and then click on the channel and it'll be on another. Okay, if that's what you mean. So that when you click on it, but here's, okay, for those of you who are brand new, this won't make any difference. But for those of you who have had trade ideas for a while, yeah, I mean, in the past that when you clicked on a channel bar and you tried to load a channel, your layout would disappear. You could only have one layout loaded at a time. Now with this new version, and I thought actually, I asked them to get rid of this, even the selection. This is the old way of doing it, by clicking on channel bar. And if I did this now, if I clicked on this, my layout would disappear. So it was really an inhibitor for people wanting to maybe surf through the different channels during the day, because it was a real pain because your layout would disappear. Okay? So that's why now, and again, I asked them to get rid of this right there, because, you should obviously check or click on docked channel bar, because now when I do click on an alert, or sorry, on a channel, you can see here it is, and underneath you can still see I have my layout. If I move it, here's my layout. It did not disappear. So so click on docked channel bar, Apex Trader. Okay? I demanded that they get rid of this because it's too confusing for people. I mean, it shouldn't be an option anymore, in my opinion. Excellent. Okay, good. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. I don't think so. Does Trader Dave have a dark mode setting? I know it's been discussed, but I don't think there was an option for dark mode setting. Let me just. Yeah, these are select background color. This is just for. Yeah, I don't think this has got anything to do. Well, let me try something here. I shouldn't do this because I don't know what's going to happen, but let's just see. You see, it's just, yeah, it's just the charts. Yeah, so it's not, I think what you're asking for, I believe anyway, you're asking for, can you, instead of this light gray, can that be changed? Not that I'm aware of yet. But if you're talking about the charts, you can have, you can now, have the charts any color or gradient that you want. But could you, I think he's talking about in alert windows and all. Not talking about the charts. He's talking about, I think, anyways. That Tom, is that not what you're talking about? You're not talking about the charts. I mean, obviously, I have dark mode in this spy chart. You're talking about everything. Yeah, no. So let's take a trade. I'm just trying to. Well, guys. Well, look, the OCOL is looks like it's trying to break through that 11. So I mean, yeah, if you're taking it at 1073, I'm a little more conservative. I look at this and think, probably a lot of resistance, but it is now broken through it. Why is it? All right, guys, I'm going to shut down my interactive brokers and reload it again to see if I can get this stupid thing to work. I'm sure it has something to do with the cookies. Too coincidental. Give me a moment as I reload. All right. Let's see if this works. Okay, guys, so, well, it's sort of sporadically working. So let's take a trade, okay? Notice I got, okay, notice I left that stop in there and it got stopped out. The IONQ, all right? And that's how that works. So if you leave the stop in, of course, it got stopped out. You look at the chart, you see that red line. That bright red line is now turned to a faded red line, and it took me out of the trade. That's how a stop would work, okay? Now notice also, this is what I like. I like to have this today's profit, max P&L, and distance from exit price. So what this is telling me, number one, is that at one point, I was up $19 in the trade. If I'd been able to get out, up wherever that high was up here, I would have made the grand sum of $19. Not a big deal, obviously. And I allowed the stop to happen, and I got out for approximately a $100 loss. Distance from the exit price. So what this is telling me, and this is what you'd like to see, you want to see a big negative number. What that would be telling you is that, okay, I got out at this price, and man, it's way below where I got out, which is exactly what you'd want, right? So these are interesting columns to have up and running. It kind of shows you how good are your exits. For instance, if this max P&L at one point said, I was up $500 and I allowed it to turn into a $100 loss, that'd be terrible trading, obviously. Okay, so this is a gauge to show you, okay, how good are my exits. The other thing is that you can use this to practice swing trading. If I don't get out of a trade at the end of the day, in other words, I didn't get stopped out, and so I still want to be in the trade, then I just don't exit it at the end of the day. I allow it to carry forward. So you can practice swing trading using this. These are hotkeys. If I highlight a position and click on flatten, that gets me out of the trade. Half gets me out of half. Doubles the position. So again, let's take a look at taking a trade. Well, this is on the comeback trail. You can see horrible day on Friday and trying to come back. All right, so I'm going to take 500 shares in the simulator, just showing you. I know I went over this before, but I think it's important if you're new to trading to practice trading before you commit money to the market. Okay, so it took the trade at 1381. There was the entry. I'm going to add the stop order. Now, before I took this trade, I knew where my stop was. So again, when you get into trading, at least the way I trade and many in this room trade, not every trade is going to work. You should have a price where you're going to get out of the trade if the trade isn't working. You don't want to hold on and watch the thing go to zero, okay? So you should have a price where you're going to get out of the trade, and that's where the practice is going to come in, because you might be thinking, well, that sounds great, but how do I know where to put that stop, that price where I'm going to get out? That's where the practice takes part, okay? How I do it, if I were truly in this one right now, I'd probably say, okay, there's a bunch of lows on the 5-minute chart at 1362. If it broke down through there, I should be out of this trade. But what some might say, okay, I want the low of the previous 5-minute candle. That'll get me out of the trade. Or the 15-minute candle, or a moving average. That's why you have to practice. You have to start getting comfortable about where you're going to put your stop. I am going to put the stop 20 cents away. I'm going to add the stop order. I got in at 1381. I'm going to put the stop at 1361. Not because that's where the stop should be. I'm trying to make this math easy. Look, there's a nice red line appearing on the chart. So if it went, actually, that wouldn't be a bad stop. It just coincidentally, that would not be a bad stop. Okay, you can see on the 5-minute chart, bunch of lows there. If it took out that low, I should be out of the trade. Why does it say minus 100? That's because I was willing on this trade to risk $100 on the trade if I lost. If the trade didn't work, the most I wanted to lose was $100. Well, again, how did that appear? I mean, was it by magic? No. Notice I took 500 shares on this trade. If I have my entry price as $13.81 and I know what my stop is, the difference was 20 cents. If I divide 20 cents into the $100 that I was willing to risk on the trade, I get 500 shares. If I have been risking 15 cents on the trade, if the difference between my entry and my stop was 15 cents, I'd be dividing 15 cents into $100 and getting a different share. Okay, so it's not that I take 500 shares every trade or 100 shares every trade or a set number every trade. My share size will fluctuate depending on the difference between my entry and my stop. Sounds confusing? Hey, if you're starting out, it probably sounds very confusing. That's why you've got to practice. Okay, you've got to practice. And I don't know, maybe it doesn't sound confusing, but so a little bit of math and divide that into whatever you think you should be risking per trade. How much you'll risk per trade will be dependent on your account size. If you have a $5,000 account, you should not be risking $1,000 a trade. Okay, so there's your concepts, okay? How much you're going to risk per trade, which will determine how many shares you take. All right, guys, then I see that Flexion got halted earlier. This is a buyout. No, that was at 7:30. Okay, 7:30 in the morning. All right, guys, I'm just kind of checking some internal discussion that is taking place. All right, I'm just sort of checking some of these 10-day breakouts. Again, I doubt if I'm going to trade today, but this USWS I keep hearing over and over and over again. Now, you might be saying, well, how am I hearing this? So one of the things you can do in Trade Ideas is sound alerts. So here's an alert window. So if you have an alert window, if you right click and click on properties, actions, and this box will pop up and you check play sound, set up the sound. So why sound alerts? Well, if you have, now first of all, I'm not going to recommend you have 10 or 20 alert windows and all open, but you have some alert windows open. The idea of a sound alert is that when you hear a sound, when you hear you'll attach a unique sound to the different windows. When you hear the sound, you'll know which window to look at. Okay, so for instance, text to speech. That's what I was saying. You know, in this window here, it is text to speech. So I hear her, it's a female voice, saying USWS to me over and over again. So you can use one. You don't have to use text to speech if you don't want to, but yeah, I think it's fairly popular. You can use text to speech, but of course you can only assign it to one window. Why? Well, if you use text to speech to all of your alert windows that you've got, and your price alert window, which I'll go over, and the AI, you'll never know which window to look at. Okay? So you can, because again, you should have a unique sound for each different window. So you can have one of them text to speech. Then you can also then check this use custom sound, select, and then there are 3 folders here that we've created for you. You click on a folder. These are all the different sound alerts found in that folder. You can click on one of them, highlight it, open it. You can play it. If you like the sound that it's making, you can say OK a couple of times, and then it gets attached to that alert window. Okay, so that is a way. So you know, you obviously then you have a different sound alert for the different alert windows. So when you hear a certain sound, you'll know exactly which window to look at. And yes, you know, the same thing goes with the AI. You want to have a sound alert when there's an alert here. It's the same thing. Right click, actions, same menu. Okay, so you can set a sound alert whenever the AI comes into a new idea or has a new idea, okay? All right, guys, so the next thing, well, because I'm way busier answering questions, KJ. That's the reason. You know, because of the test drive, I'm getting way more questions, so I cannot concentrate really on really anything other than trying to answer a lot of questions. That's why, which is fine. Usually the first 2 days of a test drive, you know, I have way more questions than normal, so that's the reason. No other reason. No, nothing to do with the market. No, nothing to do with the market. Now, boy, this OCUL turned into a pretty awesome alert from the, wow. You know, I mean, you know, I came up with a reason not to take the trade. Had I been in this, you know, had I been trading today, I would have had that reason not to take the trade. You know, it doesn't mean that it was going to be blocked at 11. You know, and so in retrospect, sure, I wish had I been trading today, sure, it would have been a great trade. But one of my check marks was not fulfilled. So I would not have taken this trade. Doesn't mean you don't have to. These are all ideas. Now, one of the things I think is underutilized by many people are our price alerts. If you click on, from our toolbar, you click on New, and then the Price Alerts window. Okay, this is what you'll see. This is the window that you'll see, okay? Now, if you've never used it before, of course, it'll be blank. Price alerts, we did not invent the concept of price alerts, but I've used many different, charting programs and other types of programs, and yeah, they all have your broker has ways to put price alerts. I have found that this one is one of the easiest ones to do. I'm going to show you how. Let's just say I wanted to put a price alert for OCUL and at that high right there that it popped up to. Okay, right up here. So I'm going to put this on another monitor. So there's a simple way to do it. If you can position, your cursor, your mouse, and get that dotted line to exactly the price you want, then you just right click. Let me do it here. I want the box to pop up so you can see it. So I'm going to move it right there, right click, create price alert, okay? Now, if it's not exactly the price you want, of course you can make the change. It says 11.43, if you want it to be 11.45, whatever that number is. Now, I rarely put notes in, but if you wanted to put a note, you can go ahead. Otherwise, I just save it. And you'll notice a nice blue line appears on the chart. Now I'm going to put another price alert down here. I want to see if I can get it to trigger. I'm going to put one right underneath. So I've put a bracket. I want this to trigger. I want to show you what happened. Ah, shoot! I had it on my other monitor. So what happened? It was on my other monitor. Okay. Let me do it again. This should trigger almost right away. There you go. See what happens? So when you get a price alert, if you minimize this, so when you get a price alert, the box will pop up on your screen. I have it sorted on the triggered time. All right, so that the last one will trigger. I'll see it right at the top. You even notice how it changed colors. It faded, it's sort of a yellow and then it faded. I can also put a sound alert on it. Now you might say, well, why would you put a sound alert if I'm staring at it? I'm going to see it. Well, one of the reasons is I have a wireless headset, so sometimes I wander away from my computer, but if I hear that unique sound that I know the sound I put on this, I can come racing back to see what the price alert was. Okay? So yes, the price alerts, super powerful, because now, of course, I don't have to stare at this anymore. If I were truly interested in taking this trade, say up in this area right here, I don't have to stare at it. I just wait for the price alert to happen. Now, does it mean just because I get a price alert that I automatically take the trade? Of course not. For me, because who knows, maybe this sinks, and then it comes back up. I might think, wow, it's really extended now. But also, my style of trading is always, you see how it popped up? Is always predicated on always a volume push too. So when I get a price alert, and it's because it's at a certain price I like, I would want to see it. I will then, it's going to pop up. I click on the alert. I see the chart. I want to see if there's a volume push too. Is there? I look at this 15-minute candle. Is that getting bigger in relation to the previous ones? That means maybe there's some interest. Traders are starting to pile in. So it's not just a matter of taking a trade just because I get a price alert. I want to see, is there enthusiasm for it? Okay, which enthusiasm means volume. Well, I can't tell you what most people do. I don't create my own channel ever. I can't tell you what most people do, Chris. I have a layout that I like, and you see, and now the fact that I can go to the toolbar and click on the different channels. Oh, I see, layout. Yes, I would say that most people, once they get used to using trade ideas, will have their own layout. Okay. when they get used to it. They'll either, start from scratch to create their own layout or their own scan, or they can take some of the scans that I've got, maybe modify them, different price range. Same thing, they can take the scans that we've created for you in the toolbar or in the channel bar. You can take the scans that we've created for you, modify them. I pointed this one out before. Maybe you want to modify it in terms of a different price range. The answer is yes, Can and Martin. Yes. Just give me a moment. It's always the same context. Right-clicking on an alert window, configure, summary. That's always in English language going to tell you what it's looking for. Okay? And if you're happy with it, you don't want to make any changes, great. If you do want to make some changes, you just make your changes by, clicking on the icon, and now it says 10 and 50 instead of 1 and 50. See how it's changed? And if you like it, then yeah, you save it you duplicate it into that free floating window, save it to the cloud. You can do this with all the different channels that we've got, different windows that we've created, scans that we've created. And I just say it like this: you don't have to know how to create anything at the beginning or ever. If you don't ever want to create your own, we've got a ton of scans that we've created in all these different layouts. So my layout, yeah, it won't look exactly like this because this is what I call the docking version, but very, very similar. And just go to my home page. Go to my home page. There's my link right here. Okay. And when you click on the link, this is what you'll see. Okay, you'll see this. I should have gone over this. If you're not part of the test drive, and you think, you know what, I can't wait. I just want to take out a subscription right now. Should have told you this. Here's a promo code you can use, Barry4Alpha. 15% off, first month only, or the entire year. Get trade ideas, and you'll see how much it does cost. On an annual basis for premium and standard, here are the prices: $22.68 a year, $10.68 a year. Apply the 15% discount. The big difference is the AI. Okay. See, and it's starting to turn around a little bit. Remember, it was all negative before. Now it's starting to turn around a little bit. I use it like a watch list. You don't have to go annual though. You want to go monthly? It's fine. Standard, premium, $118, $228. You can apply that 15% discount to the first month only. Please listen carefully. First month only. If you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. Okay? Give me a moment, please. Well, Tom, here's what you do. Info at trade-ideas.com, and make the suggestion, okay? Coming from our customers, more powerful than coming from me. Okay, the question was a dark mode. It's been asked before. The fact that we're now starting to, have a lot more options with our charts. I don't know what it takes to give you a dark mode. You know what? I just want to make sure. Okay, so I've asked a question. It's possible. It's possible that we have new builds all the time, and it's possible. I don't see. I like this mode. Okay, I probably wouldn't go dark. I don't like really a dark chart. Number one, I only do that to make the SPY charts stand out. I like white charts. That's just a personal preference. So. I'm just waiting for an answer, Tom, to see if anybody answers. Yeah, I'm probably not going to trade, David, today. So, but thank you for the idea. Obviously trading, you have to have, I'm always answering questions all day long, even when we're not in the test drive. So, there's a bit of juggling that I have to do because, trading, you've got to pay attention. But I typically, even when I'm trading more, I typically don't do more than 4 or 5 trades a day, even if I weren't moderating a trading room. I've never been like what I would consider a super active trader. I don't have to be in a trade all day long. Typically, I'm in not more than 2 trades at the same time anyway. Okay, Tom. Yeah. Well, I've asked a question here, so we'll see what sort of response I get regarding that dark mode. Okay, guys. So you notice this aloe trade that I just demonstrated. Okay, entry was 1389. Now it's at 1410, or let's just click on the alert and see where it is. Okay, 1412. So you see where it says the max. Now should be almost the same unless this is higher. 1413. Okay, you can see how they're almost the same. Max P&L, again, what that would have meant, and I know there's a slight delay here in the simulator. Okay, but because these should be probably the same right now, today's profit should be the same as max. Okay, but bottom line is this. Notice that there's my today's profit so far in the simulator with a low, ALLO. Now at this point, if I wanted to take out some, I could click. I could get out of half my trade. If I decided, you know what, I want to get out the whole trade, I can just flatten it. See, now this is really showing the story. Max was up. I was up at one point $153. Now I'm up 130. I mean, that's not terrible. You can't ever expect to get out of a trade right near the high. But right now, I just want to show you what you can do. I'm going to flatten the trade. Okay, and it's going to take me out of the trade. See, now I've got a 0 position. Made 112. Could have made 153 right at the very top. Okay, now let's see how good this exit turns out to be. The distance from the exit price. Now what I want to see is a big negative, which that would mean is that wherever I got out, it's way below. Okay, which is what you hope for when you get out of a trade, right? Yeah, I noticed Sophie had a big upgrade today from Morgan Stanley. I think my linking is working. Yes, that's what I thought with a price target of 25. Okay, so Morgan Stanley, they put a price target of 25 on Sophie, SOFI. That doesn't mean it's going to get there. It's just, but obviously that is helping the stock today because I do not see any other specific news other than, and this is what I'm talking about. Okay. Now this is from Interactive Brokers. Let's see if Yeah. So our news, we do have a news tab. Okay. Sometimes our news is, I really like the IB Interactive Brokers news. I find it can be very, very current. Our news tab isn't bad. You can see the news right there. Right here, rallies after Morgan Stanley calls it a revenue growth story. So, if you're ever wondering about news on a stock, you can click on our news tab. Is this like a, up to the minute breaking news to the second? No. But what I do for the pre-market, by the way, this is what I use in the pre-market. If you click again on my homepage link in the trading room, and go to my scan section, click here. This is what I use in the pre-market. I use these four: gap up and gap down share, pre-market actives up and down. These are the four I use. Now, we do have a pre-market channel. You can use that. But I think as you become more used to using trade ideas, you'll probably start to customize a little bit more. You don't have to. But we do have a pre-market channel. Click on New, Dock Channel Bar, and notice up here, where are you? Pre-market, right here. We also have a post-market channel, after hours. It's called After Hours. Okay? So if you're interested in looking at stocks after hours, we have an after hours channel also. All right, guys. So yeah, there is a difference, Tom. The question from our YouTube room: is there a difference between the web-based version and the downloadable version? Yes. I mean, I'll load. First of all, if you wanted to practice trading, using our simulator, you cannot do it with the web-based version. This window called Brokerage Plus is not available. Okay. You only have, I think, up to 5 charts available in the web-based version. I mean, you can create scans. They're all real-time, the same as in the app. But if you're looking for something a little more robust, certainly the downloadable application is the way to go. The only reason people typically use our web-based version, you may be on a tablet, okay, so you can't download the program, but you can just go to your browser and you can use it. If you have a Mac and you're not willing to use an emulation program like Parallels or use something like Amazon Web Services, then that's another reason why you use the web-based version. But always, 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 if you can use the downloadable application, it's a lot, it's just more robust. Keep an eye on this TTM, guys. I mean, look at the little break on the 15-minute chart. Now, not on volume, though, but it's a little nice. I mean, look at all the consolidation for TTM on a 15-minute chart, and then a little bit of a break here, but it is not on volume. Not yet, anyway. I mean, this has been a real star over the last 3 days, TTM. So these are just ideas, Ray. Okay, first of all, if you're a brand new user, have you taken a look at the 20 lessons first to get yourself somewhat acclimatized to trade ideas? Okay, before you do anything else, I really recommend. I know it says non-subscribers, but the link works for subscribers and non-subscribers, okay? I would really recommend that you take a look and, top list alert windows, what they are, how to create them, okay? Loading things from the cloud, saving things to the cloud. Just get yourself, it won't take you long. It's all text-based. But everything you see here is just an idea, okay? It's just an idea. It doesn't mean that, okay, you see an alert, you take the trade. I mean, it's an idea. And how I trade, is, if I get an alert, I'm always looking left on a daily, weekly, and a monthly chart to see how much room a stock might go until it hits the next high. And if I see a lot of room, then it becomes other things have to happen, but it becomes a big candidate for me to take a trade. Oh, I'm sure, Tom, it does. When you download it'll load differently. But you can do, you can create a layout that looks like mine. You can have my layout in the web-based version, but it does look differently. It does look different, yes. Well, there you go. So this is new then. This is brand new, Tom. Okay. Dark theme, if you prefer dark, not charts. No. Gray borders. Okay, gray borders or darkly. You can adjust the color settings of your Windows operating system. Right-click your desktop, personalize, choose a. Okay, so can you follow this? This is from our guide. From the Trade Ideas user guide, and boy, she did a great job. This is all new. So this is to do with the charts, but the gray borders of to be darker or differently colored, okay? So if you're talking about these borders, I guess there's a way now. But it looks like it's a Windows color settings too, so it's not, okay? Can you, I'm just not sure where where this is found in our user guide. Dark theme. I don't think there's. I wonder if I type in. Just give me a moment here. There must be a search. This is brand new, you see. So, but I guess you can do it. Oh, there you go. It's under properties. It's showing me right there, dark theme. So it's 14.9.6 in our user guide, okay? 14.9.6 in our user guide. And here is a link. Again, if you go to my home page, give me a moment and I'll get the user guide. Yeah, but he's not talking about the charts. He's talking about, well, other people when they're talking about dark theme. Yeah, you can do anything you want with the charts, but he's talking about the windows here. Okay, instead of this light gray, some want it what I guess called a dark theme in these windows, the alert windows, all the everything else. The charts, yeah, fully customizable now. But if you click on my homepage link, and then click here on the education section, and then click the user guide. Now, here's the trick. Where am I going to find it here? I know it was 14. Chart window. Let me just see. Okay, so you click on chart window. Okay, so it's chart window, and here, dark theme, 14.9.6, okay? So in the user guide, you click on chart window as the main topic, or charts. Click on charts as the main topic, and then scroll down until you see dark theme, which is right here, 14.9.6, okay? I did not know that. This is pretty new stuff now. That you cannot do, Black Dog. If you want, info@trade-ideas.com, and say, hey, I'd like to be able to limit the number of channels. Okay? All right, guys, it is now 11:51. So again, somebody else, I want to make sure that Sean will be taking over for me in our YouTube room. Oh, I see. Sorry. Yeah. Now I see. I'm talking to myself. Yes, there is a way to create, but you'll still see, you will still see, there is a way to create your own channels. Um, Yeah, there is a way to create your own channels. If you go to that guide, I'm pretty sure it explains how to create your own channels. But see, I just don't do it. I mean, most people, when they get used to trade, they create their own layout, okay? So could I save, just a minute now. Oops. So I don't do this. So let me just see how I would do this. Here we go. Okay, yeah. So this is what you can do. So if you see where it says new channel, there you right click on it and edit custom channels. Okay, edit. And if you saved like a layout or something, you could add a channel, and then you pick, input the name. Well, you basically if you've saved something, you select from the cloud. Okay, you see how I had saved that one up here? So I'd saved it to the cloud. I can right click, select it. Okay, now I can give it a name. I'll just call it test. I'm going to get rid of it. And then say okay. Apply it. So see how it says test up here now? I know I went quickly because I don't do it. But you see how it does say test. So you can add, I think you can have 5 channels of your own channels up here, okay? There we go, Pepe's on it. In the user guide, it goes over it. Okay, great. And see what I did? You've got to be awfully careful though. That's why I don't do it. Okay, just a minute, please. Now I get it. Just give me a moment here. Okay. Just give me a moment. I'm just waiting for everything to load here. Okay, so you notice what happened. Now I remember why, I would never do it, but you know what? I mean, it's up to you. When I click on test, okay, as opposed to clicking on another layout, if I have a layout already up and running and I click on test, another layout that I created, your layout's going to disappear. Okay? Now, is there a way around it? Sort of, yes. You can pin, I just don't want to get into it, but you can pin, these docs. It's too complicated, okay? I don't want to talk about it at all. But just so you're aware that if you do create your own channel and then you click on it and you have a layout already up and running, it's going to disappear. Okay? Does that make sense? So be careful. Now, if you don't care, if you've just got a bunch of layouts out here that you have created yourself, and you don't care about, then those are your only layouts. Yeah, then it doesn't really matter, I guess. If hopefully that makes sense. Okay, so when you say how to just a minute here. Okay, so if I right click on an alert window or a top list window and configure and then exchanges, I can select what exchanges I want. Okay? So if I only want to look at pink sheets,
Hey everybody, looks like I jumped the shark and took the screen over from Barry quickly. That's all right. We'll be ready to go here on the live Q&A in just a couple minutes. Hang tight. Hello everybody. It's the top of the hour. It's high noon in the east, 10 a.m. where I'm at in the Colorado mountains. Hope everybody's doing well. Hope everybody had a great weekend. Hope everybody's a Buffalo Bills fan. We had a great night last night. Late, thunderstorm delayed, but lightning struck in Kansas City to the benefit of my Buffalo Bills. Anyway, that's not why you're here. I'm a little geeked out about the Bills right now, so I apologize. If you've been following my Twitter stream, I'm Chicago Sean on Twitter, by the way. If you've been following my Twitter stream, you've seen it. Anyway, everybody who's here, thank you for being here. Welcome. I know many of you are first timers taking the Trade Ideas test drive, the 2-week test drive. Today is day 1. You're probably overwhelmed. There's a lot here, for sure. There's definitely a lot here. But look, just like your trading platform, whoever you trade through, there's a lot of bells and whistles. You're not going to learn it all on day 1. You're not going to learn it all on day 2. You got to make mistakes. You got to mess up. And then you'll have those aha moments as you figure out the functionality of the platform. But the nice thing is that we do these live Q&As every single trading day at noon Eastern. We have different people every time. I usually do Mondays. We got a rotating cast all week long with people with different trading experience levels and different ideas and different styles of trading. So everybody brings something unique to the table. So if you like what I had to offer today, great. come back tomorrow and see what Michael can offer you.
Okay, you get an alert, buy it. You have to have some trading experience. You have to, if you click on an alert and, you see a lot. I mean, this one obviously this is one of those cult stocks, as Zach calls it. Okay, but this is not just showing you you get an alert, take the trade immediately. You have to have some trading experience. Okay, guys, I'm just waiting for Sean to show up. All right, let me see if this works.
Okay, and we're back. Technical difficulties on this Monday. I'm not sure why that screen passed back to Barry over there. Sorry about that, folks. I'm not sure where we got cut off there, but I think I was in the middle of riffing about how this next hour is your hour to ask questions about the software. We're not really talking about trading so much. I mean, we're not going to be talking about, hey, look at this stock, look at XYZ, this thing's moving, it's breaking out. No, that's not really what this next hour is. This hour is just for you guys to ask questions about the software, because there's a lot of first timers here, a lot of test drivers here. So whatever questions you have, whether it's a super beginner's level question or you think it's a super beginner's level question, or if it's an expert level question, throw it at me. We'll see what we can do. My standard disclaimer at the beginning of every one of these sessions is I know enough to be dangerous, but I don't know everything. So if I don't have an answer for you, I can certainly point you in the right direction to find those answers. Grant, I am with you, my man. We have consolidated Holly. Let's go to the old Holly AI channel, or I should say the new Holly AI channel. We've consolidated Holly, and yeah, looking much better now. I agree. It's just, it just keeps things simpler. Hold on a second, guys. I need to make a quick little trade here. Quick little trade. There we go. I mean, look, we're all traders here, and you feel me. I got positions open, market's moving. I got to make a trade, right? That's what happens here when we're live. Now you're not seeing that on my screen. I'm trading on a different screen here, different monitor. So, that's just the way it is. Stand by. Okay, all right. Market's moving. We got to stay on top of it, right? When markets are moving, we got to stay on top of it. So, yeah, Grant. So going back to what you were saying, Grant, we consolidated Holly AI. Here's the AI channel here. We used to have 3 Holly channels, but we kind of found that all that really did was confuse people. It more hurt than help. Because look, we like to keep things simple around here. I like to keep things simple. That's how I operate. That's how my brain operates. And having 3 Holly channels didn't seem simple to me. Didn't feel simple to me. Grant, if you're still seeing the 3 Holly channels, that means you are not running the latest production build of Trade Ideas. So to upgrade your software, you need to go to our website. You need to go to trade-ideas.com, find the download tab across the top, and you could download the latest version of our software. I would encourage you to get on that. Make that happen. All right. Do you hear those sounds? That's me making orders here. Or getting filled. It's me getting filled. All right. All right, Grant. Let me find you. I could find you the direct download page. I'll put it right here in the old chat window. Download latest TI version. There you go. It's in the live chat there. It's in the chat box. What is the latest version number? That is a good question. Let's pull it up and check it out, shall we? The latest version number is 55.32. There you go. So go to our download page, download trade ideas. You'll get 5.5.32. You can always check what version you're running by going to your menu bar, your TI menu bar up here. Go to account. I'm sorry, go to help. Go to help and click about, and that will tell you what version you're running. 5.5.32 is what I'm running. Now, anyone who's been with Trade Ideas for any length of time knows that we're updating our software quite frequently. Most of the updates that you see are minor. They're not, they're things that are updating some bugs behind the scenes. Nothing that's really going to change your daily workflow. But we're constantly tweaking, trying to make things better. It's the name of the game. Got to stay ahead of it. So, all right, guys, one of the things I want to do here before, as I wait for more questions to come in, I want to go to the Strength Alerts channel. If you guys aren't aware of the TI Strength Alerts, you need to be. All right, especially if you're a swing trader. If you're a day trader, maybe you could ignore this little part here. But for swing traders, people that are holding trades overnight, looking for bigger moves, longer term moves, you really want to check out the Strength Alerts channel. All Trade Ideas subscribers, all Trade Ideas software subscribers have access to this channel. You just click on the Strength Alerts channel found in your channel bar, and you will see every weekend this list gets updated. This top list right here, there's 5 symbols. You see CARG, ENB, Upwork, CB, Chubb, and MRUS. These are the Strength Alerts for the week. And then you could also check out in here, if I stretch this window out a little bit, you'll see the newsletter that goes out. You'll have access to this newsletter. Now, there are people who can subscribe just as a standalone email subscription where they get what I'm scrolling through right here. This is an email that gets sent to your inbox. You can just subscribe to this as a standalone product. It costs, $17 a month. It doesn't give you access to the software, just gives you this email. But all software subscribers will have this access here. You'll have the newsletter, and you'll see the 5 stocks. Now, I'm going to put the link for Strength Alerts here in the YouTube channel here. Just give me a sec. Just for reference for anyone who wants to check it out. TI Strength. Just give you a little background of what we're doing here. And you can see the performance, which is phenomenal. Okay. It's been phenomenal since we launched it. The back test goes back 5 years. And the way we back test it, now we're not saying that this is the way you need to trade TI Strength. We're not saying you have to do it the way we're doing it. But the back test that you can see, the back tested results that you could see at that link that I shared there, that is based on a very simple money management scheme where on the open of trading on Monday, when there's 5 new symbols, and these symbols you get these like over the weekend, so it's not like you got to wait for the bell to ring and then you see what the trades are. As soon as the market opens on Monday, what we did is we just bought all 5 stocks equally weighted in the portfolio. So let's say you got a $10,000 account, then basically you invest $2,000 in each of these 5 names. That's it. And then we didn't do anything else for the rest of the week. Come hell or high water, whether the stock went up, whether the stock went down, there were no stop losses. These were just 5 swing trade investments. They do what they do. And then the following Monday, so 7 days later, following Monday, we would close all of those stocks, all those positions at the open, whatever the opening price is. We just, market order, exit, and then rotate into the next 5 ideas, whatever the next week's ideas are, equally weighted. Boom, 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 boom. It takes 3 minutes of work. I'll show you how easy it is here in a sec. But that's how we did it. Now, again, we're not saying that that you need to trade it that way. We're not your financial advisors. We can't tell you how to trade it. You can trade it any way you want. And in fact, I'm going to trade it here, but I'm going to do it a little differently because I'm going to do it how it suits me. So let's do that right now. So I like these swing trades. I love the performance. If you've seen that chart there on that link that I shared in the chat box, and you see what I see, and it's like, wow, that is phenomenal performance. I mean, crushing the S&P over the same time frame. So I'm just going to go through this list, and I'm going to buy all of these stocks. Now I've got an algo set up using Brokerage Plus, which I can show you in a sec if you want. But basically, it makes it really easy for me to just right-click in a chart, hit Trade CRG, and then hit buy using swing trade buys. That's the strategy that I've created. This strategy is a strategy that risks $200 per trade at a stop loss level that is 5% away from my entry price. So basically, it does the math before, it does all the hard math for me. I don't have to like sit and think about it. It just places my stop loss order 5% away from the price I'm about to enter, and it sizes my position such that if I were to lose, I would lose $200 approximately, right? That doesn't factor in slippage and commissions and whatnot, overnight gaps, that kind of thing. But it protects me, and it sizes my risk the same on all trades. So I'm just going to go ahead and click buy using swing trade buys, and boom, I am in the trade just like that. And I'm going to just go right down this list. I'm going to go to ENB. I'm just going to right click, trade ENB, hit buy using swing trade buys, boom. And you'll notice a little B there shows where I bought. And then you'll see my stop loss level showing right here. It's kind of hard to see. It's all convoluted here, but it shows my stop loss price, $39.24. Shows you approximately what I would lose if my stop got hit, which is right around minus $200. Let's go ahead and hit Upwork now. We'll get into this one. I mean, these things, some of these have already moved a little bit, so I didn't get the best entry, but hey, it is what it is. If it went up, maybe it can go more. So see how easy this is, guys, for me to get into these trades? I mean, I'm just market orders getting in. Super easy using Brokerage Plus. And I should also point out, I am in the simulator mode. Okay, so let's not get carried away. Let me bring up my Brokerage Plus window. I am connected to the Trade Ideas Simulated Trading. Okay. Now the beauty is if you get comfortable with Trade Ideas Simulated Trader, when you're ready to connect a live interactive broker's account or a live E-Trade account, it's going to work exactly the same. There's no learning curve. Okay. So whether you're trading fake money, or simulated money, or real money, you know, the workflow is the same. So that's a beautiful thing. Excuse me one sec. I'm getting pinged here back channel. All right. Let me see if I can catch up some questions here. I see some questions have come in. I'm not ignoring you. I just trying to complete that riff on the TI strength alerts. Okay. Yes, David, there is a 0.41 beta. You could also do that if you're feeling it. Carl, I'm not quite sure I understand your question. What do the individual stock charts on Holly represent? That minutes best trades? I don't know. I'm gonna need a translation there, Carl. Help me out, my friend. Help me out. It would be nice to get an alert when there is a TI release. Well, Sam, there is somewhat of an alert. When there is a new release, when you're running an out-of-date version in your TI menu bar, oftentimes it should, it'll say, I think it's right here, this new, where does it say it? I feel like new will be highlighted in a color like dark green or something. I don't know. I agree with you though, Sam. I really wish that our alerts would just be automatic. Like my brokerage platforms, right? Like when I log into my brokerage platform, it just like automatically updates the latest version. I've been asking for that for years, and I don't know why we don't do that, to be honest with you. But the nice thing is, like I said, most of our updates, when we do updates, and we do them frequently, I mean, we do them almost every week, they're usually just fixing back-end stuff that you'll never notice. Minor things. If it's a major bug fix or if it's a major feature upgrade, we'll send out an email letting everybody know that, hey, we got some new toys, time to play. We'll let you all know. All right, David, let me see a question here. The way we're talking about TI strength again here. The way you say it, when you rotate the stock on Monday mornings, don't you put the order at the entry price in case it does not trigger? Well, there is no entry price, David. Basically on Mondays, and again, I'm not saying this is how you should do it, or I'm not saying this is how anyone should do it. I'm just saying the way we did the back test, the way we calculated those results that you can see on that TI strength link in the chat window there. The way we did that was we just simply rotated out of the previous week's names on Monday morning at the open using a market order, just getting filled at the opening price or close to it, and then rotated into the next stocks using a market order, just getting filled. Whatever the market gives us. We're not trying to micromanage the entry. We're not trying to get a precise fill. We're swing traders, right? Do we care if we get filled, 5 cents higher or 10 cents lower? That's not what we're playing for. We're not looking for precision here. But the simple answer is, David, is that, yeah, each Monday morning we rotated out of the old stocks and rotated into the new stocks. That's it. Super simple. All right. Tom says, when I open the downloadable version, it doesn't open completely. I have to drag it down, and it shows huge green bars and big green dots. So you're probably talking about this thing. You've seen your TI menu bar, and you drag this, and it all of a sudden starts looking like that, right? Okay, well, that's not what you want to do, Tom. What you want to do is if you have this, if you got the TI menu bar, in fact, let me do this. Let me hide my windows, minimize all. So I'm guessing what you're saying, Tom, is you download Trade Ideas, or you open it up and this is what you see. This is all you see. You see the TI menu bar, right? Well, the first thing you could do is to launch any Trade Ideas window. All you simply do is go to New, and then these are all the windows available to you to launch. Now, maybe a good place to start if you got nothing on your screen is launch the channel bar. That's probably the best thing to do. Launch a channel bar. It'll open up this little screen right here. I'll stretch it out. These are all the different channels. And then if you want to see something, just click on one of these channels. Like we were talking about strength alerts. So I'm going to go to the strength alerts channel. You click it and it's going to load a pre-set up layout. Every one of these buttons here in the channel bar are all pre-configured layouts. Now, there's nothing magical about any one of these layouts. I don't want to get you guys all thinking that any one of these channels is the holy grail, the secret sauce to trading riches. That's not what this is intended to be. All it's really intended to be is working layouts to give you guys ideas of what's possible on the platform. You can see different features in action. You could see different top lists and alert windows. And if you see something that you like and you want to move it over to a custom layout that you're building, which, by the way, if you spend enough time here at Trade Ideas, eventually you're going to have your own custom layout that has all the things that you need and none of the things you don't need. Okay? So we anticipate and we expect that most people will use these channels as just kind of like an idea generation tool, ways to help you build your own layout. And so let's say you're on the TI Strength Alerts channel and you really just like this top list here that has the TI Strength Alerts in them, right? Just these 5 things, and you want to have this on a custom layout that you're building. Well, all you need to do is in this window, you just right click, go to Save or Share to Cloud. Every Trade Ideas subscriber, even test drivers, have a free unlimited storage cloud account with Trade Ideas. This allows you to save any windows, any layouts, any configurations, so that you can access them from any time, anywhere. So I'm going to go ahead and hit Save and Share to Cloud. Here's the name of the window. I'm just going to clear out the numbers there. So it's the TI Strength, right? All I'm going to do is hit Save. And now I've saved this to my cloud. If I want to view what's in my cloud, I got a little My Cloud button right here in my channel bar. I could click on it. And TI Strength, that's what I just saved. It's right up there at the top. But if I stretch this out a little bit, you'll see, boy, I got tons of things I've saved over the years. I mean, I'm scrolling down here. I'm scrolling. I mean, look, we're now in 2017. I mean, I got stuff that goes back a long time, right? You can see the dates here. Everything I've saved, I've never lost. You have unlimited storage. Now, you can delete things if you want to. Like, say I got this layout. I got 4 layouts here, right? If I don't want that anymore, I could just highlight it, click delete button right here at the bottom. See you later. It's gone. But unless I do that, unless I take that step, I will keep everything. So I saved the TI strength. It's in my cloud. So let me cancel out of here right now, because what I want to do is I'm on the strength alerts channel, and I want, I'm in the process of building my own layout. I've got it actually saved here in my channel bar. We could walk you through that, but I got my layout right here at the top. So I'm going to click that. And this is my layout. This is the layout that I use every trading day, most of the day. This is what I keep open most of the day, just to keep track on the things I like to keep track of. Now, if I want to add that TI Strength Alerts channel window that I just saved from the other channel, all I need to do now is click on the My Cloud button right here. The TI Strength top list is right there at the top of my screen. The thing I most recently saved, I just highlight it, click load, and boom, there it is. Just popped up on my screen. I could find a home for it and move it around. And awesome. Now it's part of my layout. Well, actually, it's not technically part of my layout yet. It's here now, but I need to make sure if I want this to stay here, if I want this to be a permanent feature of this layout, then I just need to make sure I go in and save my layout. So TI menu bar up here, go to File, hit Save Layout right there. And we'll give it a name. We'll give it Test Drive Layout. And hit Save, and it will save that layout. But I'm not going to save it because I don't want to keep it, because I like my layout exactly the way it is. So that's kind of the cool thing about the channel bars. I mean, it's just one of the cool things about the channel bars, or in the channels within the channel bar. Let me see if I can catch up on questions here. So anyway, Tom, I hope I answered your question, by the way. Okay, Carl, going back to you, you had a Holly question. Let me click on the Holly channel here real quick. You're asking about the charts that are up at the top. These are just default charts on different time frames. So here's a daily chart. Here's a 5-minute chart for a stock. And then here is a fixed S&P 500 chart. It's a 15-minute chart for the S&P 500. And if you want to see, these are all the stocks that Holly has traded today. She's been very, very active today. Wow. So if you want to see any of these charts and any of these tickers, just click on any symbol anywhere in this window and it'll bring up the chart. So I just clicked on IQ. Here's IQ. If I want to see what's going on with this short trade in AVIR, I just click on the symbol and now these two charts will update. Notice that this SPY chart stayed static. This is a static chart. It's not linked. So if this was linked, if I right click on this chart and go to properties, see symbol linking here, it's not checked. That's why it stays static. So if I go to these charts here and I right click and go to properties, you'll see that these are symbol linked, right? What that simply means is anytime you click on a symbol on the platform, these charts are going to update to whatever that symbol is, whereas this one will not. If you want to change this chart to anything else, you just got to click on the chart anywhere and just start typing. There. Just typed in QQQ. And now I'm looking at QQQ, or if I want to type in, I don't know, Tesla. That's how I change the charts on this one that's not linked. Okay. So yeah, if you want to see the stocks that Holly has traded, you go to the Holly AI channel, and right here, these are all the trades she's done today. Mostly long, but there's a handful of shorts in here. Hasn't been the best day for Holly so far. I mean, day's not over, but we're seeing some red, which is a bummer. But that's the way it works sometimes. Claudio, good question. So you're on the web version. So Trade Ideas, most of you are on the downloadable version, and that's the version that we strongly recommend. But we also have a web version. That's for people who either prefer that user interface or maybe they're on a Mac, because we don't have a native downloadable version of a Mac, so they use the web version. The web version has 90% of the features that the downloadable version has. Some of the UI, meaning the user interface, is a little bit different, but the core functionality is all there. However, you will be missing the Brokerage Plus module. That's what this is right here. Let me bring it up. That's what this is. This is, ooh, why is my thing all dark? I'm not sure what happened to my Brokerage Plus window, but this is the window that we use to trade. You can send automated trades. You can send manual trades direct from the Trade Ideas platform. This is what Brokerage Plus is, but it is not available on our web version. So if you want to send trades direct from Trade Ideas, Claudio, you'll need to use the downloadable version. Now, if you're using web because you're on a Mac, I got good news for you. Guess what? I'm on a Mac. That's right. This is all Mac that you're looking at. But if I close all my windows, you'll see, how do I do it? I'm using Amazon Workspaces. All right. Amazon Workspaces allows me to run an instance of Windows on my Mac. Now, you can't really tell from where you are. Right now, all you see is what appears to be my desktop. Well, this desktop is actually running in a browser. I guess you could see this part up here. I'm running in a browser, right? Windows is running in a browser on my Mac. I have I don't know, this is a huge screen, 42-inch, 47-inch screen. I got other windows open on my screen. All you see right now is just this window. But this is Windows running on my Mac. Now, I got to pay for this, of course. Amazon charges me $35 a month. But it's better than buying a whole new computer. And it's scalable, right? If you want to get a faster computer, you could pay more. I mean, I pay the $35 and that works for me. But you can certainly scale up the power of the computer that you get through Amazon. And the nice thing about Amazon Workspaces is I can access this desktop from anywhere. If I'm on my laptop, if I'm on the road, if I'm traveling, if I'm at my friend's house and I log in on his computer, if I'm on my mobile phone, if I'm on my iPad, anywhere that I have access to a web browser, I can log into Amazon Workspaces. So that's pretty cool. So that's a little pitch for all you Mac users like me. I'm a Mac user. I got rid of all PCs in my house. PCs don't work with me. So Steve, good question. Steve wants to know, what's the difference between a layout and a channel? Okay, good question, Steve. Well, so what he's talking about is this channel bar here on the left side of your screen right here. All these little buttons, these are what we call channels. But really what they are is they're all just different layouts. So if I click this Buzz Social Sentiment channel, all this is just another layout. It's a layout. That's it. So they're kind of the same thing. The thing you should know about all these channels is, these channels will always load exactly the same. So let's say you're on this Buzz Social Sentiment channel right now, right? And let's say I don't like the way it looks. I need to, I want to change some things around, right? Like I want this window down here. I want this window here. I want it to be bigger, right? I stretch it out. I want to maybe add a third chart. I got two charts up here. If I go to new, that's how I add any window, by the way. Go to new and I hit chart window and I got a third chart. Maybe I want it to be like a static chart, right? I just want it to be on one symbol. So I go to properties and turn off symbol linking and I just put this on. I don't know. Maybe I like to follow the Dow, DIA, right? So I've made some changes to this social sentiment channel that I'm on. Now here's the thing. As long as I stay on this channel, all these settings or all these changes will remain as is. But if I change a channel, if I go and click on, say, the Strength Alerts channel or the SMAX channel, if I go somewhere else, and then I come back to this social sentiment channel, it's going to reload exactly the way it originally was set. Okay? So you will have lost all the changes you made. Now, that's not the end of the story, though. If you like one of these channels and you've made some custom tweaks to it, you've moved some windows around and maybe you've changed some of the parameters of a top list, right? You can go in here and go into configure and you could change your filters, and we could talk about filters. We haven't really talked about that yet. But you've made any kind of changes, and you want to save this, right? You want to be able to access this particular layout the way it is whenever I want it. Then what you just need to do is you need to go and save this as a layout. Okay, so you just go to your TI menu bar, you go to File, you hit Save Layout, and give it a name. All right, just type in a name and save it, and that will save the layout on your hard drive right there. Now you could also save it to your cloud, which is useful if you want to make a custom channel, which is important here. See this channel bar? So I got this channel bar. All of you have these exact same channels from my cloud down. You have all the exact same channels. We all have the same channels, okay? But you'll notice at up the top, above this little horizontal line, I've got 3 different channels that you don't have. These are 3 custom channels that I've created for myself that I like to use. I have my layout, which is the one I spend most of the day on. I've got an AI swings channel. I like to use the AI to look for swing trades. And I'll view that when I'm doing that. And then I have a pre-market channel. I like to come here before the market opens, see where the action is, see what's happening, see what's moving. All right. And I've got it kind of set the way I like it. We have a pre-market channel available to everybody down here. All right. But I've made some of my own tweaks to it that, is more the way I like it. So custom channel. So if you created this layout here, either you created it from an existing channel and you've made your changes and you want to make it your own, or maybe you just completely started it from scratch. If you want to save it to your cloud and you want to make it, you want to make it your own custom channel, you first need to save it to your cloud. And the way you do that is in your TI menu bar. Once again, you go to File. Remember before we hit Save Layout, that saves it locally on your hard drive. The other option is save or share to cloud. So I'm going to do that. Save or share to cloud. I'm going to give it a name, test layout. I'm going to click entire layout right here. Okay, that's important because you want to get checkboxes in all these windows up here. I could give it a description if I want. Test drive, October 2021, right? I could put any kind of notes in there I want. And then I just hit save. Now, this layout is in my cloud. That's the first step. Now, if I want to create a channel, a custom channel, you see that I have 3 custom channels here, by the way. You can have as many as 5. That's the limit. You can have up to 5 custom channels. So if I wanted to add this custom channel, I go to this little gearbox up here in the upper left, click it, click Edit Custom Channels. I click Add Channel, and then see this little Select from Cloud button? I want to go down here, click it, and test layout. That's the layout that I just say right there at the top. Highlight it, hit select. Now this ugly URL code is right in there. That's all right. And then I want to maybe customize the image. Looks like, what's this? Is this Hulk? I don't even know what that is. Let's use Bruce Lee. Here's a little Bruce Lee action. Give it a name. Test drive, we'll call it. If I click a right name, then you'll see what it looks like. That's a preview of what it's going to look like. Okay, all good. Hit OK. And then it shows here in my custom channel list. I just have to, one more step, I have to hit apply. And boom, now my test drive layout is right there in my custom channels. I can access this at any time. I know I went through a lot of that fast, and I apologize if you're having trouble keeping up. Throw your questions into the questions panel, and I'll do my best to revisit stuff. So let's see. I see a bunch of questions that come in. Claudio, I'm glad you like the solution for the Amazon Web Services. That's what I use, and it's great. Trey says you should suffer the joy of Windows with the rest of us. Oh, the joys of Windows. I don't miss those days. I don't miss Windows at all. David asks, I'm considering using AWS to run the downloadable version. I haven't set it up quite yet. Does it really need 4 gigs of RAM as TI specifies? I'm not sure where the sweet spot is there, Dave. But the nice thing with Amazon is you could scale as you need, right? You could start with, like I said before, I pay $35 a month. I'm not sure what type of power that gives me. It's at the lower end, and it works just fine. But the nice thing is, David, is if you maybe try with a cheaper model or cheaper version, start with like the $25 a month or whatever. And if you find that that's a little too slow for you, so things are lagging, Amazon makes it really easy just to upgrade. You could do it like it takes you a minute. You could upgrade to the next thing. And then pay a little more. So I'm not sure what the sweet spot is there, David, but like I told you, I'm paying $35 a month, whatever that gives me. I'm not sure what that gives me. I don't know off the top of my head. But it works for me. Works great. Jacques Marajou. You must have missed the question that came up earlier. Somebody else asked a similar question. You were saying, if I'm hearing you right, when you're opening trade ideas, all you see is a menu bar up at the top, right? Is that what's happening? Jacques or Jag? Okay. So what you'll probably want to do then is just go to New. This is where you launch any window on trade ideas. Hit New and open up a channel bar. You could open anything, but let's just start with a channel bar and put that on the side there. And then when you click on any of these channels, it'll launch a layout and then you're in business. And that's how you launch any layout on trade ideas. Okay, let's see. Alex says, can you explain briefly how to make Holly auto trade via interactive brokers? I managed to link and am able to make trades, but Holly won't trigger any trade in interactive brokers. Okay, good question. Now this is a little bit more of advanced for some of you, but we're not afraid. We're gonna step into it. We're gonna talk into the auto trading, because one of the great features of Trade Ideas with our Brokerage Plus module is it not only gives you the ability to send live trades direct from Trade Ideas to your interactive brokers account, but it also allows you to auto trade your own strategies or auto trade Holly AI, which is pretty cool. So let's see. Let's walk you through how you do that. I'm going to bring up my Brokerage Plus window, and you'll notice there's a bunch of tabs here across the top. I'm going to go to the Holly AI tab. All right. Now notice it says Holly AI off. Okay. That means that I do not have Holly AI auto trading. You could also see it here in the left column where it says trading. You see all these red offs. These are all the strategies. If I stretch these out a little bit, These are all the strategies that are active today. Bunch of longs, bunch of shorts. Not every strategy is firing trades yet, but these are the strategies that are in action. And you'll notice they're all off. Now, if I want to turn Holly AI on, well, there's two things that we need to be aware of. Number one, before we turn it on, we want to make sure we got our risk parameters set up straight. Okay. And I don't know why we have to do this twice, but we have to do it separately for the longs and the short strategy. So I'm going to just highlight all the long strategies. I just clicked I clicked on the first one here. I'm holding my shift key, and then I click the last one here and it selects all. Okay. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to right click and hit edit long trading instructions. Okay. This is important, guys. For one, you're going to have to select your account. If you're looking to live trade, you got to go in here and hit edit, and you got to select your live account. But I don't have a live account connected. My only option is simulated trading. So I'm going to do that and hit save. So there's the account that the trades will be sent to. Okay. Very important. And then you need to select the AI trade mode. We have two types of modes, conservative and moderate. Now quickly, I'll tell you what these mean. Conservative mode for AI trading simply means that you are going to enter every trade that Holly enters when she gets in at the same time that she gets in. And you're also going to get out whenever she gets out. Now, Holly's a day trader. If those of you don't know that, Holly's a day trader. She doesn't hold any trades overnight. And she will get out of trades periodically throughout the day for various reasons. She has 5 different reasons why she gets out of trades. I won't bore you with the details. But when she gets out, you'll get out, win or lose. That's conservative mode. Now the moderate mode, and this is just my preference. It's my preference. I prefer the moderate mode. What moderate mode means is that you are going to enter every trade that Holly enters when she enters them. But then you will, instead of getting out when she gets out, you're going to hold that trade all the way until the end of the trading day. Now there's a caveat. Every Holly trade that she enters comes with a stop loss. You can visualize the stop loss on the charts. You'll see what the stop loss level is. Even if you're in moderate mode, whatever the stop loss level is, that will still be honored, because we don't want to commit the number one sin of any trading time frame is you don't want to take any large losses. Large losses screws up the math. The math doesn't work if you're taking large losses. On any trading strategy, on any time frame, if you're taking large losses, you're losing. So in moderate mode, you're going to hold the trade all the way to the end of the day and then exit at the close unless your stop loss level gets hit. Now, you also want to do something very important here too, position sizing. Okay, you have three options with position sizing. We'll talk about my least favorite one first, fixed shares, right? If you're an old school trader and you just want to, you like trading in 100 share blocks or 500 share blocks or whatever, that's fine. You can do that. I don't like that method because look, a 500 share trade in this AGR that's right here looks a lot different than a 500 share trade in Amazon, right? Amazon's a multi-$1,000 stock, right? So the risks in those two trades are going to be vastly different. So I don't like fixed shares, but if you want it, there's an option there for you. Fixed dollars is a little bit better. You could say, I am willing to invest $1,000 or $10,000 per trade idea, right? Anything that Holly gets into, I'm investing 10 grand, or 5 grand, whatever your number is. That's better. Not ideal, but it's better. The one I prefer is position sizing based on stop loss. So basically it does the math for you. We kind of touched upon it earlier when I was talking about the algo that I have. It's basically saying, okay, before you get into that trade, we know where the stop loss level is. So based on the stop loss, I could set it so that I only risk, let's say $300 a trade, right? So wherever the stop loss level is, it's going to size my position so that if it gets hit, I lose $300. Okay, so you'll have, different share sizes for every trade, but you don't have to do the math. That's the beauty part. And the nice thing is that means that every trade you put on, regardless of what kind of stock it is, regardless of the price of the stock, regardless of the volatility of the stock, you're going to know that every position you have on is risking the same amount of money. I don't know about you, but that's a comfort level that I like to have. All right, so that's good to do. Now, entry orders, people, I know a lot of you love to use limit orders. I get it. I know you don't want to get bad fills. I get it. But let me give you my pitch for using market orders, and here's why. Especially if you're auto trading Holly. In any strategy, you have four possible outcomes for any trade on any time frame, right? Whether you're a day trader, swing trader, long-term investor, you've got four possible outcomes from any trade. You're either going to make a little bit of money, you're going to lose a little bit of money, or you're going to make big money, or you're going to lose big money, right? Those are your four options, really. It's what it all comes down to. Now, we talked a discussion earlier about the having a stop loss level. We never want to take any big losses. If you take big losses, that messes up the math. So let's forget about big losses. We're not going to take them. Now, let's say over the course of 500 trades, you'll find that 450 of those trades are going to end up being in the small losers and small winners bucket. Okay, and they're basically going to wash themselves out. It's all just going to be a net wash. But that handful of big winners, we talked about 500 trades, right? There's going to be 15, 20, 25, 30 trades out of 500. Those big winners are going to make all the difference. Okay? You need those big winners because, like I said, 90% of your trades are all going to be small winners and small losers. They're going to wash themselves out. You're not going to make any money. You're going to be basically net flat. But those 10% winner of the rest are going to be big winners, and you need those. And I'm telling you this because if you're putting limit orders in, you run the risk of missing the best trade of the day because you were nickel and dime in your entry. The stock that you wanted to get in that ended up being the stock that ripped up $10, you missed it because you were putting a limit order in. Had you used a market order, yeah, you might have, not have gotten the best price, but do you care that you paid 5 cents more than you wanted to pay on a stock that moved $10? I don't know about you, but I don't. That's a price I'm willing to pay because You don't want to commit the sin of missing out on the biggest winners, because the biggest winners is what makes the math work, right? You can't have the big losers. You don't want the big losers. That kills the math, and we're taking care of that, right? We're using stop loss orders. That's good. So you got to have the big winners. And market orders is the way to do it. So enough about that. Market order. We got this all set. We like it that we got our parameters set. Let's hit save. Now we can turn Holly on. Now we can turn her loose. And the way you do that is I still have these long trades selected. And all I have to do is just right click and go to enable 11 selected strategies. So when I turn this on, I'll click it right now. Watch this. Boom. All these long trades just turned on. They are now trading. Now I'm going to turn them off because I don't want it to trade for me. I'm doing my own thing. But that's how you do it. That's how you turn it on there. Alex, I hope that answered your question. And just, I should reiterate, we set the parameters and we turned on the long strategy. You have to do the same thing for the shorts as well. So then you got to go down here, highlight all the shorts, right click and go to edit short trading instructions. Once you got those the way you need them, then you enable the 6 selected strategies. Now you'll notice you can do this a la carte, right? You don't have to use every Holly strategy. Maybe you are of the mind that today the stock market is going to sell off, and I only want to be playing on the short side. Okay, great. You could just activate the short strategies for Holly, ignore the long ones, and just trade the short strategies. Or you could pick and choose. Maybe you after you've spent some time with Holly, you got some favorites, right? You love the 5-day bounce strategy. You love the downward dog strategy. You like the pullback short. Okay, you could a la carte just do 1 or 2 or 4 strategies, whatever. So that's what's pretty cool about that. All right, let me catch up on questions here. I think I answered your question there, Alex. Yeah, okay. Amir, at the end of day, will the scanners show replay? The tickers that popped up throughout the day. Well, we don't have a replay, Amir, but we do have a history. You can go back in history and see things. So let's say I got a top list right here, right? So this one right here, down mover since the open. This is just showing me stocks, that are sorted by the stocks that are down the most since the open. That's it. If I want to go back in history, if I want to go back and see, okay, what did this look like at 10 o'clock this morning, right? All I need to do is right click in this top list, go to time frame and choose historical date and type in my time, 10 a.m. We'll do it on today, right? Just hit OK. And now this is showing me what this top list looked like at 10 a.m. Okay, you could choose any date and time, but that's one way you can go back in time, and that's on a top list. An alert window is a little bit different, but you can still go through the history. So this is an alert window here that's showing me stocks making all-time highs today. I'm getting alerted the moment they print an all-time high. If I want to go back in history and see all the stocks that printed all-time highs today, I just right-click and go to history, choose today, and you can see the timestamps, and these are all the stocks. I mean, you're getting an alert at every print, so that's why this FOCX or FOCS is showing a bunch of times, and nets and etc. But you could see every all-time high alert throughout the day, right? There's a lot of them. So you can do that. You can go back in history that way, but there's no like replay. You can't like just say, oh, turn the market on and let me see how it traded for an hour. We don't have that feature. Okay, Ron, is there a way to see the ongoing total profit and loss percentage? Helps us see what the total in-trade capital versus total. Yes, so you're talking about Holly. If you go to the Holly channel, let's go here, bring up the Holly channel. The ongoing profit and loss is going to be showing right up here. Oh, excuse me one sec, guys. Time to make a trade again. All right, now we're back in business. So you can see the Holly P&L right here. I mean, it's not looking so hot in conservative mode. I could toggle it to moderate mode. Doesn't look much better, but this is based on risking $100 per trade. I'm down $112 right here in moderate mode. So not so hot today, but that's how you could see it. That's not in percentage terms. These are actual dollars. Yeah, it's not in percentage terms if that's what you're asking. I mean, you could, like, in your AI strategy trades window here, you got a bunch of columns. You could see the percentage terms here, actually. I got columns like in conservative mode here, this IQ trade earned 3.15%. Okay, if you're not seeing these columns, you can add these. You might not be seeing these columns. Just right click in the window, hit columns, and find the columns that you need here. The ones with the percentage. See, like moderate profit percent. You can see that right there and just add them that way. I think that's what you're asking, Ron. I hope I answered that question. So guys, wow, time has flown. I got 7 minutes left to hang with you. I'm going to try to rip through the rest of these questions here if I can. Let's see what we got. Actually, hold on one sec. How we doing, market? What's going on? Stocks are selling off a little bit, huh? I like it. All right, I'm on the test drive. How come nothing is showing in the Traders Vault channel? Okay, so you've scrolled down. You're talking about the Traders Vault channel. For those of you who don't know what that is, let me find it for you. It's down a little bit. Here it is. You click on Traders Vault, and this is a channel that we kind of warehouse a bunch of commonly asked for alerts and top lists. This is not meant to be a channel that you hang out on and spend your day on. It's meant to just be something where you grab and go, right? Like you want this 52-week high breakout alert right here. Then you just right click and save it to your cloud, right? We showed this before. And then you can open it up on your own layout. But you're not seeing anything there, Ron. So when you come to the Traders Vault, this is all empty for you. Or, sorry, that wasn't Ron. That was SGC Rage. That's weird. Not sure why you wouldn't see anything there. So I'm going to put in an email address in here. And this is a great place to get all questions asked at any time. I just typed in the email address in the questions panel, info@trade-ideas.com. If you're having some kind of technical difficulties, send them an email, and our tech support people will troubleshoot for you, see what's up. But you should be seeing all this stuff here. Steve, if you missed my riff on Amazon Workspaces before, I'm not going to go back on that now, but basically Amazon Workspaces allows me to run Windows on my Mac. So if you're a Mac user, Amazon Workspaces is a great solution because Trade Ideas software only runs, the downloadable version only runs on Windows. So you might want to look into it. Okay. Ron says, is there a way you can have the existing channels windows fill up the available space on my screen? I want to utilize the unused real estate on the right side. No, there's not a way to do that. And this is done like, so I see what you're saying. When I launch a channel, you're like, okay, I got all this empty real estate over here. Like, I want to use it all. You want to stretch it out. Well, that's the reason that is the way it is because we have users who are accessing Trade Ideas on a laptop on different size screens. So we want to make sure that everybody can see everything. And that's why these layouts don't always fill a screen. But you're welcome to create your own layout and fill it out the way you want it to. That's no trouble. Okay, let's see. In the green bar, with the bars on the other end, i.e. 3ms, stand for milliseconds. Yes, this in your menu bar here where it says, you can see on my screen, it says 19. That just basically tells me my download speed. Right, so anything under 100 ms is good. You're doing good. Steve asks, can I create a list of favorite layouts similar to the channel bar and eliminate the channel bar? Yes, you don't have to have a channel bar open. You can have a list of favorite layouts. Check this out. If I go to my TI menu bar here and I go to File and hit Load Layout, I got a bunch of layouts in here. These .lti files, these are all different layouts. I can have as many layouts as I want, and this is where I would access them. So anytime you create a layout and you want to save it so you can access it later, let's say I just created this layout from scratch. I just go to File, Save Layout, give it a name, blah, blah, hit Save. And now it's here, or now it's saved on my hard drive. And anytime I want to launch any layout, I just go to File, Load Layout, And there's the BS one I just created right there. Just click it and hit open, and it'll open that layout. All right. SGC, no, it shouldn't. There shouldn't be any problem. I don't think it's a bug. If you just started today, I mean, did you just sign up like within the last 10 minutes? I mean, sometimes it takes like 30 minutes for people to get turned on properly. But like I said, send an email there to info@trade-ideas if you're still seeing that, and we'll get you straightened away. David's asking, is TI having any server problems right now? Well, I'm on TI. You see me, and I'm not experiencing any issues, so no. And that's a good question, though, David. Anytime, and this is for everyone else as well, anytime that you feel like your system's hanging or you're not getting any data, a good way to fix it, and this fixes it 90% of the time, is go to your TI menu bar, go to Account, and just hit Reset Connection. That will pop you over to another server, and in most cases, that will solve the problem. Okay, bear with me one sec here, folks. All right. Well, David, it would be the same answer with the web. You would go into your TI menu bar and find the reset connection, and that should refresh you. If it's not, David, same answer to you that I gave the other gentleman. Send us an email, info@trade-ideas.com, and have our tech support troubleshoot what's going on. But as far as I know, we're not having any server issues at this time. All right, folks, I got 1 minute left for you. So last minute question, any last call for last minute question? We'll do my best to answer it. So like I said, folks, especially for you, those of you on the test drive here for the first time, we do these every day, noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific, all test drive long. So as you're having questions with the platform, don't be afraid. And I'm going to put a little link here in the chat panel here for a link to our 20 question or 20 lessons page. This is a good thing to check out. No, Trey, I will not marry your sister. Check out this link here, guys. This will get you up and running on the platform pretty quick if you're new here. It's basically this page here. I'm getting up on my screen. 20 lessons in 20 days. You could cycle through the little menu bar here on the left. It's got all different lessons on all the key features of the platform with little demonstrations of how to do everything that's written out there. So I encourage you to check that out. I wish you all the best of luck during this test drive. We're glad you're here. Remember, patience. Be patient. You're not going to learn everything you can learn on this software on the first day. It's impossible. I've been using this software. Well, I've used the software off and on for 20 years, but I've been with the company for 4 years now, maybe 5 years, and I'm still learning new things. So, guys, if I'm still learning new things, you will too. You're not going to learn it all in a day. So be patient. So, guys, it's the top of the hour. I'm going to hand the room back to Barry here, the live trading room. Barry will take you into the close. Barry is a real trader using real money, using Trade Ideas software to guide his every trading decision. You get to look over the shoulder of a master practitioner. So hang tight with my boy Barry. He's the man. So the next voice you hear will be Barry. Take care, everybody, and enjoy your test drive.
tight. You know, if you saw something that said 1192, 1210, you can't take that trade. The difference between the bid and the ask is just too great. So, but if I want to take this trade right now, I'm looking at the spread. I could say, okay, I'll buy it at the market. I'll buy it right at the market. I'll take 300 shares. I'll buy it at the market. Okay, now you're in the trade. Okay, now, you know, place your stop. Where'd my time and sales go? Okay, remember we talked about the stop. So you can now add your stop. You should know if you're going to get into the trade at this point, at that level, where you would get out if it didn't work. But you can just practice around. You can just get the mechanics down. You know, so you could right click on this, add the stop, and put a price in where you're going to get out of the trade. Let's just put 1170. Just the mechanics of doing it. Okay? Now the red line will show up on the chart. Okay, so if DATS goes down to 1170 and I leave that stop in, don't move it, I'll be out for $50. I'll lose $50. Okay, forget about auto trade, forget about strategies, forget about all that. Okay, just you know, you should practice, and not just you, but anybody who's brand new, practice manually first. I mean, listen, I don't auto trade. Now, you know, I've been trading for a few years. There's a reason for it. I don't, you know. If I thought it were so fantastic, I would auto trade. Wow, this is a classic one, the 10-day break. Maybe tomorrow I'll be able to do a little bit of trading. You know, I'm seeing a lot of these on these, that scan that's in my list called the 10-day break. The 10-day, this is the 10-day break down, and there's the 10-day break up. You can just see what happened. I mean, look at this, what a great, you know, from 23 down to 22.74, and who knows where it's going. All right, so Sean, are you out? Can you guys hear me in YouTube now? I don't know if Sean is actually gone. No, so my layout, are you talking about in the channel bar? Oops, I gotta get it back here. Are you talking about in the channel bar? Wherever I am here. My watch list, are you talking about this? Here's my channel. What I've got in my channel is you know, not that many, and there's a reason for it. It's trying to get people to just really, okay, thank you, Aija. It's just trying to get people to concentrate on a few. All right, but yes, they are there. Yes, yes. So I click on my scans, and here they are. The 10-day breakout, daily breakout, 10-day daily breakdown. These are for, you know, real. If you've been in the room before, you know that he sort of turned us on to this, I think, early last week. And I really was enjoying the results we were getting. So I tweaked it you know, it's a little bit different from his. It has a higher volume, it has a relative volume, a different price range, and all that. But in essence, I mean, that's what it's looking for. You know, a 10-day break down or a 10-day break up. Personally, I like the breakdowns. Even well, in fact, now I haven't been following the market at all. But as I recall, the last time I looked, everything was up. Now, I see the Dow is a little bit negative, FI's a little bit negative, and the NAS looks like it's going to. And I can see what's happening right here. That, Amir, is, I'm not sure, okay? I don't, so did you ask that question of Sean? See, that is more like a swing, so, or well, a longer term time frame. I would ask that question and see, one of the other traders may have created a scan that might do something like that. I certainly have not, okay? I'm more of an intraday trader, okay? So if you ask that question, oops, sorry, that's wrong. Let me just remove that. Okay, you can ask that question because there are other traders that trade ideas that may have a scan like that. I certainly don't. You're talking the 50 over the 200 or vice versa, right? No, the pattern recognition is not that exact, Steve. Yeah, we have a consecutive day. We have a consecutive day candles, all right. But to have it end in a doji, no. So I mean, we do have the consecutive depending on the time frame you're looking at. There we go. So we have the consecutive candles. So for 1, 2, 5, 10, up to 60 or days. And if you want them down, the little trick, when you add the filter, use a negative number. So if you wanted to see, 5 minimum of 5 1 minute candles down, you would put like -5 here. That's how you use the max, meaning the max in certain cases. Yeah, so they're longer term trades, a perfect circle. So no, I mean, because I'm more of an intraday trader, so I don't really look at them. I'm sure they could be fine. I think somebody said last week they didn't do too badly, but they're not my style of trading. So that's not too. Okay, so doji candle alone. Let me just type in doji. So we have a 5, 10, 15, 30, and 60-minute doji. So I'm going to answer your question, Laura, and also Dova. I just want to complete my answer to Steve, though. The question was, can I scan for a doji candle alone? Okay, so if you're wondering if you can do anything, something within Trade Ideas, if you right-click on any alert window, configure, search, okay? So for instance, if you said, well, do you guys have anything with RSI? So you can type in RSI. Here's what we have. If you don't see it, we don't have it. If you wanted the 13-minute RSI, we don't have it, okay? You can't manufacture it. This is what we have. If you're looking for MACD, This is what we have. If you don't see what you're looking for here, I'm sorry. Okay? So the question was on dojis. Well, I just type in doji. This is what we have. If you wanted a 20-minute doji, we don't have it. Okay? So it's a way in which you don't have to wait for somebody to answer your question. You just, again, right-click on an alert window, configure, search, and type it in and see what we have. Okay? So how do you know what Holly is looking for? Okay, personally, I don't care what she's looking for, but you cannot limit it to a certain price range. The only reason, in my opinion, that people ask that question, Laura and anybody else, is because they're looking to auto trade it. Okay, because they're saying, well, gee, I'd like to auto trade the AI, but I don't want to auto trade anything outside of $20, as an example. Okay, that's the only reason. Because now, I have to admit, the AI was a little bit active today, but there are days where you only get about 5 to 10 alerts. So what happens is you get an alert, and if it's outside the price range that you don't want to trade, you don't even click on it. Okay? I'm telling you, when I get an alert, I don't care. I always want to see what the chart looks like. I mean, the AI is not infallible. What if the AI gives you an alert and there is a ton, and again, with some chart knowledge, there's a ton of resistance just above it. Why would you take the trade there? You could say to yourself, well, you know what? The AI, if it can break that resistance, which is 6-10 cents away, and it has a run after that of potentially $2-3, sure, but I'll wait for that break. Okay, so I put a price alert above that, above the area where I would think there's resistance. Put the price alerts, and if it breaks it, then I can say to myself, okay, you've broken through that resistance area. Now let's take a look at you. It's just stuff like that. But that, requires some trading, a little bit of trading experience. Now, if you are really interested in what the AI is looking for, again, I personally don't care, but I understand. Okay, somebody gets an alert, says, well, what's it looking for? The way I look at it is that when you click on it, some of it's going to be fairly obvious, but you can request. There is a PDF. I don't have it, but there is I wonder if it's in the channel guide even. But you can go to info@trade-ideas. I just think it complicates it. I'll be honest. You start complicating the AI or anything by adding. Somebody asked about what are the differences between the different AIs. Yes, I know you can still see something that might say Holly Grail and Holly Neo and Holly 2.0. Forget about it. Okay, we are completely and utterly getting rid of the differentiation. When we started off with the AI, there was just one called Holly Grail. We added something called Holly 2.0 and then Holly Neo. The theory is that Holly Grail was the most conservative, Holly 2.0 was a little more aggressive, and Holly Neo was the Wild West. Okay, that was kind of the theory. But it's just too complicated. And I was thumping it, saying, why are we making it so complicated? But anyway, so you'll notice now when you click on, at least in the docked channel bar. Why are you loading over there? You'll just see trade ideas AI. Okay. They won't have the. Now I know somebody's going to say, yeah, but I don't know what it's going to say here. Oh, good. Okay, they don't have the categories. Okay, so you're just. I mean, I know Mighty Mouse is looking for stocks typically under $5. I can see right now that it's maybe now it's $10. Okay, but really, what difference does it make? Okay, 5-day bounce. I mean, you can look at a chart, and when you get the alert, you can kind of see, okay, yeah, it's a low of 5 days. It's making a 5-day bounce. Does it really matter? I tend to try to really, really uncomplicate trading. Okay, so I'm going to answer. So I'll answer you, CK. Then I'm going to answer you, Joshua. Okay, so there is a trick, but I will warn you that it can sometimes block some symbols, especially foreign. We've noticed some from Israel, but there is a trick. If you right-click, configure. The question was how to block ETFs. Okay. And then specific search for EPS. Okay, earnings per share. Now you can add the earnings per share as a filter to an alert window or a top list window in which you do not want to see ETFs. You add the filter, and you can put something like, very 0.001 and minus 0.001. The reason being is that ETFs, of course, the nature of them, they don't have earnings, be it good or bad, whereas stocks do. Okay, so if you use that EPS filter and put something, just slightly positive and slightly negative, that'll exclude all ETFs. The problem is every now and then it'll exclude a stock. We've seen that. Rarely would it be a U.S. stock, but it could. There's a couple of Israeli stocks or whatever, they got excluded. So if you can live with that, which I do, then because I use that trick quite a bit. Okay, so the question was price projections. You'll notice that when I click on an alert, so I click on an alert. So Sophie right now is at 8:35. What this is just a guide, okay, Joshua? Just a guide. It's saying that if you got into this trade right now, we have put a smart stop down here. So if you got into the trade at 1836, the stop as a guide could be 1790. And you can see that they're risking $100 on the trade. That you can set it up to risk, different amounts, but it's the principle that we're looking at here, okay? So it's risking, there's your smart stop, and above, again, this is why it's not highly scientific. Notice it says 200. It's just double. It says, so in other words, 1836, 1790, there's whatever that difference is. If I doubled that difference, that would give me the target. In other words, a one, this is what we call a 1 for 2. You're risking $100 to try to make 200, a 1 for 2. Every alert that you click on will give you a guide. And sometimes you can't see it because it's, right now 12:13, it's obviously way underneath here. It depends on the size of your chart and all that. It's a guide. You'll also notice that we have swing exits. So if you got into this, what they're saying, suggesting, again, it's not very scientific. It's just the 20-day low. But it's a guide. Not trying to downplay it. Do I use it? No. But I mean, maybe for people really starting out, at least it's okay. I guess a swing exit, I could maybe say a 20-day low. However, take it with a grain of salt. If you were going to get into DATS at $12.17, no way in the world would you be putting a stop down here at 6. And it's $5 away. Okay? No way would you do that. At least you shouldn't. Okay? It's way too much. Because what that would mean, remember, when you get into a trade, you have to, in my opinion, you get into a trade, you should have a reasonable expectation of making what we'll call a 1 for 2 risk reward. So if I'm going to risk $1 on the trade, I should have a reasonable expectation of making $2 on the trade. I don't want to risk $1 and then thinking, well, I'm only going to make 10 cents on the trade. I mean, that'd be crazy. And how do we know where the reasonable expectation is? Looking at a chart. You know, where is the next area of resistance that the stock could stop? So again, if I got into a trade at $1 and I had $1 stop because, you know, it made sense, some low of some candle, so it was $1 away. If I wanted to take the trade, that's where my stop would be. But I look above and I see a ton of resistance just 20 cents away. I'm not going to risk $1 to make 20 cents. It's just not good trading. You know, you should have a reasonable now, does it mean when you risk $1, and even if you look at the chart, look at the situation, that it looks like, yeah, it could easily run $2 or $3 or $4. Doesn't mean it's going to. Okay? But what we try to do is get the odds a little bit in our favor by taking out chart resistance as one of the reasons why a stock won't keep going up. That's why you'll always keep hearing me talk about looking left, looking left, looking left. Look left on the daily chart, look left on the weekly chart, look left on the monthly chart to check to see where the next highs are. Because those next highs can easily stop a stock from moving higher. Even if it's just one day. The other thing always to be aware of is where is the 200-day moving average. There's a lot to take in. I know if you're brand new to trading, you're going, man, oh man, how am I going to do this? Well, the other thing is take a look at those lessons, those 36 short videos. You know, you want to take this seriously. You know, you have to put some work in. Trade Ideas is a scanner. So the idea is to get, you know, give you some alerts that from a scan that say, okay, yeah, I got that alert from that scan. Let's take a look at the chart to see if there's still enough room for this to go. You know, you look at NCMI as an example. If you're going to, I'm not saying this is what you would do, but you're going to short this one at 336, okay? Let's just say, pretend. You look on the daily chart, well, look at all in theory, before it hits some sort of a support area is about 250, okay? In theory. You know, you look at that daily chart, looks like there's a lot of support here. So Joshua, it's from my homepage. It's only 30. It's only 29. Are you talking about? Unless Michael cut it down. So here. Oops. So I know it says this free 36 part. Maybe did he cut it down to 29? If that's the case, okay. I mean, this is the originally at 36. Maybe he got rid of a few. I don't think this is done through email. Are you talking about the back to basics? I mean, listen. I mean, it might be 29 now. I know it started out at 36. Maybe he got rid of a few. I don't know. Whatever the number is, though. I mean, it's, you know, back to basics. It's a 2-week trial, Joshua. Anyway, it's not 1 week. I mean, listen, I may be wrong. I don't think you would have got something like this in an email. I may be wrong. This is in my homepage. I mean, it's possible. I don't know what they sent out, but And you know, and for those of you who are on this 2 week trial, don't think that after 2 weeks you're going to know everything about trade ideas. Okay, I mean, it's I don't want to say it's complicated, but I mean you know there's a lot to learn even on the basic stuff. But I mean, you should take a look at the 20 lessons, and once you do a few things repetitively, it'll you know it won't be that big a deal, I don't think, anyway. But don't think you'll be an expert after 2 weeks. But you don't have to learn everything, Tim. That's the whole thing. You know, you don't have to learn. You know what is you know, the cross daily highs resistance. Well, what the heck does that mean? You don't have to learn market cross down. You don't have to learn crossed above the open, the New York Stock Exchange buy-in. You don't have to learn all these things. You know, I would stick with something really simple. You can look at our channel bar with all the layouts that are there. Look at this market, guys. This is a pretty big sell-off. That's a big sell-off right now. I mean, look at that first hour. First hour is straight up, kind of base for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, about an hour and a half. And then I don't know what happened. I haven't been paying attention, but something is causing this market to drift down. Well, I think the reason why when people say that it's because they're trying to do too much. They're trying to have every scan known to man, okay? Because they don't want to miss out on anything. They're hearing, well, you should have this one. Okay, I'll do that. And then they build another one and another one. And so what happens is you've got too many things going on at the same time. You'll never get anything done. You have to pare it down. Yes, you will miss, you know, the rocket ship that maybe would have been in a scan that you got rid of. C'est la vie, okay? You just have to pare it down. Otherwise, you'll get nothing done. Exactly, Tim. I'm not a scalper. I mean, it depends what you mean by a scalper. I mean, listen, for people who swing trade, they think anybody who trades intraday is a scalper. But I don't consider myself a scalper at all. I'm not looking to make 5 cents or 3 cents or a dime, you know, on a trade. You know, I may end up, and it may end up that that's what happens, but that wasn't necessarily my intention going into the trade. There's no free there's no free version of trade ideas at Perfect Circle. No. Don't know what you mean by that. I don't know what you mean by that. Is there a traders trading candles to candle? I don't know what you mean. I mean, if you're asking me, is there somebody who goes in on a 5-minute candle and exits the next one? Could be. It's not me, but it could be. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, maybe somebody in this room does that. I don't. So. Different names on the different charts in the same layout. I think I know what you mean. You're talking about like something like this, where I've got different names. These are my thumbnail charts. Yep. Now, you have a limitation of 20 charts. Okay? And in our premium service, 10 in our standard. But the simple explanation, Justin's, is that if you right click on a chart and click on properties, and then you see it says symbol linking, it's either going to be checked or it's not going to be checked. So these are all checked because that's what I want to happen when I click on an alert. I want all these time frames to show AEHR, but the SPY does not change because it's unchecked. Oh, I see. Is there another way? I see what you mean. Okay, I'm sorry. I don't think there's no freeway. I mean, as Amazon Web Service, well, look it up. AWS or Microsoft, I think they call theirs Microsoft 360. Just look it up. You'll see what it's all about. Or run an emulation program like Parallels. But there's nothing free, no. All right, guys. Well, I don't see too many more questions. I think that means we'll be able to trade a little bit tomorrow. Well, that's really up to you, Tim. I mean, I don't know what percent you should look for increased volume. I mean, we have a. I mean, what you should do, in my opinion, is just to experiment. You'll see we've got, if you type in volume and then 1% volume in 1 minute, that'll, you can experiment by, starting off with 500. 1,000, 1,500. That'll mean you'll get a big volume bump, compared to the previous 1 minute candles. I can't tell you what to use because you'll have to experiment. Does that make sense? And if you're talking about the 1 minute volume spike ratio, if that's what you're talking about in terms of the alert, all you can do is experiment. There's no right or wrong ratio. See what sort of alerts you get. If you click on this, highlight it, and then click on help, it'll give you an idea, number one, about what they're all about. Okay? And then you can also set a minimum amount of volume required to set off the alert. You know, if you click on below. That should not slow. Okay, your number to keep an eye on in the toolbar. See the toolbar? There's a number right underneath File. It should say, you know, some number then MS. Okay. If you can see my mine, it says 72 right now. Anything under 100 is okay. It'll fluctuate. Another thing that'll happen is you have 3 charts open, 1 alert window, and the broker interface. You don't have any top list windows open? Top list windows can kind of slow the system down a little, depending on how many symbols you have that you're looking at. But you're saying you don't have any. Now, are you 100% sure? If you click on Windows and then Show All, are there a lot of windows that maybe you don't know you have in the layout that are maybe you just don't have them open, but you didn't realize that you actually have a lot of other windows? But if you only have 3 charts, 1 alert window, and the broker interface, that is certainly, because we do most of the heavy lifting. But again, that magic number, if it's over 100 and it's staying there, and it's, you know, going to 100 and then to 500, and then it's got to be on your end. So, you know, so that's kind of your gauge to see what performance your system has. Mine is fine, and I have a lot more than you. Well, the other thing, though, Dak, is, you know, just even the placing trades. If you've never done one before, you know, it can be a little unnerving. You know, the first time you're going to hit that buy button in your real account. So at least here, you're getting used to, okay, there's a big buy button, here's a sell button, you know, and you can at least getting used to the mechanics of trading. And, you know, it doesn't matter then afterwards whatever broker you're using, at least you get a little bit used to the mechanics of how to trade. Yeah, so if it is, well, if it's sometimes, but if it's more than that, I would say that there's something, maybe your system is, but again, when you click on Windows and Show All, nothing else is popping up? Yeah, that should be plenty. That should be plenty, CK. So you know what? You might want to have to go to our homepage. I mean, that's out of my expertise then. If it is really, if that's what it's jumping to, I'll give you our homepage. You can start a discussion. We've got some tech guys who are there, and maybe they have more insight. I'm certainly not seeing that, you know, on mine. And look how many, you know, I've got quite a few things open, including, you know, I've got two rooms I'm hosting. I've got my IB course. I've got some trade ideas windows more than you do. And I'm not even getting close. Now, right there, did it jump to 145? Yes. Okay, but right back down to 28. Okay, well, TV, I don't know. Oh, I have no idea. No idea. You know, I mean, there are other rooms that use trade ideas and all, but I couldn't tell you. Okay, William, we'll see you tomorrow. All right, guys. Well, I'm not. If I were trading, I'd be going, well, I'm not getting too many new alerts. Haven't had a new alert for a while. Well, this is live TV. I don't know. You're already here. I mean, what you're seeing is live. I don't know what else I could show you. I mean, you're in the trading room. If you can see my screen, which I'm sharing, this is live. I mean, this is live. These are the scans that I have. I mean, other rooms might have something else. Oh, okay, then I don't know what you mean. I'm sorry. Oh, I don't know. TV, outside of this room, I don't know. I have no idea a URL for outside of this trading room. No idea. Well, please don't put a URL to another trading room, okay? I mean, that's a little, you're in a Trade Ideas trading room. You're in, hosted by myself. So don't put a URL for another trading room, please. Yeah, so I don't know what that is. I told you not to post it, okay? I don't know what it is. I'm only concerned about this trading room, the official Trade Ideas trading room. What anything else that's happening outside, I have no idea what that's about. Okay, so options, okay, we don't trade options and we don't scan for options, okay? But you hear me talking about my option scanner. Now, it's all I'm using, we have some filters that revolve around options. So if I right click, configure, and I type in options, let's see what we have. Okay, so we have some obvious ones. The put-call ratio. Options volume is the average number of contracts traded, combination of both puts and calls over the last 10 days. Options volume today is obvious. Again, the total puts and calls today. We have put volume today, call volume today, and this is the key filter right there, the option volume today percent. So, for instance, in my option scanner, I call it my option scanner, all it's doing is just looking for stocks that are having abnormal option activity. So I put, for instance, 300%, in that scanner that I'm sharing. So in other words, what that means is 300% or a ratio of 3. If the stock has traded over the last 10 days, say 2,000 contracts on average, today it will have to be trading 6,000, 3 times normal. Okay, so there are people in this room who trade options who tell me, yes, this can help because it shows you stocks having abnormal option activity. But I can't verify that or validate that at all. I don't trade options, but there are people in the room that say, yeah, this can help us finding stocks, and then literally trading the option. Okay? So for instance, when I look at OCUL appeared in that scanner, I think it was around 1080 maybe. I don't have it because I had to do a reload. But option volume today is 10,000 contracts right now. It's trading 1,200% of normal. Okay? So in other words, that is 12 times normal. So that is abnormal option activity. That's why something like this can happen. Now, if that helps you trade the actual option, great. I can't tell you if it will or if it won't. I only trade the stock. Yeah, but TV, you know what? Send it to info@trade-idea. We have all sorts of people. We have other affiliates who use, okay? I don't get too involved in it, okay? I'm not trying to dismiss it, but if you're concerned, you can send it to info@trade-ideas.com and say, hey, and we have our affiliate manager who will maybe look at it. I don't get involved in it. Everybody sees the same results from the AI, yes. Okay, so with our charts, if you right click the chart and go to properties, and where it says symbol linking, you check it. There are only 2 options. You can check it or uncheck it. So if you check it, this is what I've done for these 6 charts. 5 charts, 6 charts. Yes, 6 charts. So they're all checked. This is unchecked. So that's why SPY doesn't change. Okay, so again, you right-click the chart, properties, symbol linking, checked or unchecked. Now, you can set up a default chart. So, I've got some indicators on my charts that I want to see on every chart. My volume presentation is what I want to see on every chart. I have some indicators on my charts that I want to see in all my charts. So once I do that, I can say, okay, right click and save as default. So every time then I would open a new chart from here, new chart window, it'll have my default chart settings. So I don't have to recreate them every single chart. Another way to do it is just to right click and duplicate the chart. And then change the time frame and duplicate it again. Change the time frame, duplicate it again. Things like that. So I mean, so you don't have to recreate every chart from scratch. I know you guys have been talking about any. Yeah, I mean, there's a classic. Look at any. So any right now at $7.99. You look left. The next high looking left was $7.87. So now look at the room. Again, when I say this, I'm not saying it's going to get to $11.98, but that is the next high looking left. Okay, that means that there is no chart resistance. You've taken that out of the equation. You don't have any little pockets where it could stop, areas where it could stop. Okay, based on chart resistance. So I mean, this has got this is a great looking daily chart because of all the room it potentially has to keep running. And it would have shown up in my option scanner, except even though it is almost traded 100,000 contracts, that still is not 300. That's not 3 times normal. But more than likely, as these contracts keep, more and more contracts occur, this is going to approach 300, and so it will show up in the moving higher with unusually strong options volume. Now you might say, well, Barry, I'd like to see it earlier. You can do that. You can reduce it from 300 in my scanner to 200. And you'd probably see this one, you would obviously see this one earlier. The problem is, you may introduce a lot of other stocks that you don't want to see. There's always a give and take when you create scans. One of the common questions we get is, hey, how do I see this on I can construct a scan to show you anything that you ask me. Okay? I know I can. Okay, it's not difficult. I can reduce filter values, I can, but the problem is that for that stock that you want to see, you may see 10 others that you don't want to see, and they get kind of engulfed, okay? You get too many alerts, and so yeah, you the one you really want to see kind of gets buried because you're clicking like mad on all the other ones that you don't want to see, you don't really want to see because they are meeting the filter requirements. And you miss the one you really want to see. I think it depends on where the line, for instance, I mean, I could say the same thing about any, okay? I mean, I'm just going to use any as an example, Laura. There's a 200-day moving average, okay? It happens to be at what price? At 312. What if it were, under $2? I wouldn't see it, right? So I think it can be because it depends where they are. I mean, now if I clicked on this and I see the line here, then I clicked on it again and that disappeared, well then that's another issue. That I can't help you with. You'd have to go to our tech. But a lot of times, it may be just outside of the area of the chart. That didn't really, I don't think Zach can hear me, but that didn't fade. The PTGX did not fade like I kind of thought it would. But I don't think Zach can hear me. But again, is that because, like for instance, if I had some SMA and if I had some moving average that I wanted and I'm looking at the 15-minute chart and it's up here, I won't see it. I'd have to create a giant chart, or you see, we're a little limited in our charting. If really what you're asking for is, well, even if I make the chart bigger, I'm still not going to see it. we don't have a way to yet to kind of show higher price levels, on these charts. We are revamping our charts slowly but surely so that they're going to look like most charting packages. So I don't know if that's what you mean. Trying to see it, maybe get an example. I'm just trying to get an example here of something that disappears because I don't have it's just outside the chart. Yeah, give me an example. Yeah, I don't know what that was about. Our dog. No delivery. No, he's downstairs. See, this DBI is an interesting one. It's showing up on the 10-day breakdown. So when you look left, the next low looking left on the daily chart is 11. Am I right? Is 1274. So you can kind of see if it could somehow take out 1274, the next low. Oh, okay, 1255. So it's not perfect, but I mean, if it can get through these, then look left. I mean, there's a lot of room underneath, as an example. Now, for those of you who have never shorted a stock before and are afraid to or wondering the mechanics of it, practice in the simulator. It is really simple. Just hit that big sell button. Okay, so I'll answer CK's question first. Yeah, I mean, the swing exit is just a 20-day low, okay? If you don't want to see any of these things, let me just see here. Yeah, so if you right-click, let me see if I'm right. Properties. Yeah. So if you don't want to see any of these these indicators that'll show you potential, like the swing exit, the smart stop, the target, and all that, you just right-click, properties, and uncheck the show smart risk levels, okay? You can see that. So I've put it back in. So again, right click, properties, and uncheck the show smart risk levels. Well, okay, let me see if I can able. Well, the news, it's got nothing to do with trade ideas. Okay, number one. So it's not connected. So when I click on a symbol, I have a news thing that pops up. Okay, from that's a bad one. Let me get another one. Ah, no. No, it's not switching. Just give me a moment here. Anyway, it's got nothing to do with Brokerage Plus or anything like that, okay? I always have it enabled. Okay, just give me a moment here. Give me a moment here, please. Yeah, so this, oops. Yeah, so I don't quite know how to answer your question. I mean, it's just the news feature, so I'm always connected. I mean, I could always use the news within Trade Ideas, but of course that's got nothing to do with the IB news, okay? So it's not a matter of defaulting to one or the other. I like the IB news a lot. I think it's very up to date. Does that answer your question, Abel? The IB News is within Interactive Brokers, of course. Okay, when I click on an alert, okay, the symbol loads into Interactive Brokers, and then all my little windows from within Interactive Brokers are all linked together. So what I mean by that is if I click, this is my time and sales, Interactive Brokers. So if I click on an alert, you see how it changes? I mean, this is an alert on another monitor. See how it changes? It changes in the news feed also, you know, within Interactive Brokers. We link with many brokerage platforms, okay? Linking is a time saver. That's what it is. So, for instance, when I am trading, I'm not using Brokerage Plus to trade. Typically what I do is I demonstrate how to use it as a simulator. I am not going to toggle back and forth to a live account, back into a simulator. Not doing what I'm doing. Okay, I mean, it requires a lot of concentration to trade. So I don't want to accidentally think, oh, I'm in the simulator and I'm not. Okay, number one. So I trade from within Interactive Brokers. And so our external linking tool, it's a time saver. So when I click on Sophie, I don't have to type it into my order entry, it loads in there. And this is a tool called external linking. Okay, we link with many brokerage platforms. Okay, so you can see I've got my Interactive Brokers is linked. Exactly. Exactly, Abel. You just typically no, I don't know if we have a list of brokers. I mean, most of the major brokers, though, I don't know if we have a list of them. See, linking is I don't want to call it hit or miss, but typically, linking is, you can just experiment. For instance, if you have one of the major brokers, I'm pretty sure we're going to link with them, understanding that they don't care whether we link with them or not. Okay? They couldn't care less. Most of the time, though, if you click on Tools and External Linking, and then you follow the instructions, you see where it says you click on Add a Link, and then you just follow these instructions, while keeping this window active, mouse over the target window and hold down the Shift key to select the window. Typically, the target window will be your order entry within your broker's platform. You just follow these instructions, and most of the time, you establish the link. And again, linking is just a time saver. If you're like me and I'm clicking on a lot of alerts all day long, it'd be a bit of a pain if I have to type, every alert I get into the order entry. I link into the order entry. It's possible you can link into a chart if you have a chart or something else, but I thought the obvious thing would be to link into the order entry box. And then, of course, within IB, you have all the chains, and you just make sure the chains are all the same color. And then everything changes if you want that to happen. Yeah, I'm hearing NXTP. Yeah, that happens with me too, Jeff, Trader Jeff. Usually, I've never really found that it depends on the order. But if you establish the link with, say, IB anyway, I can't speak for other brokers' platforms. Excuse me. And then you close down IB, and then you close down Trade Ideas, the link, and then you do the reverse, open Trade Ideas and IB the next day. The link is usually there. I'll tell you what I do. Because, when I'm doing my after hours work, I don't want my broker's platform necessarily to be up and running. But so if I wanted to close it, this is what I do. I just disable it. Okay? And then tomorrow, I just enable it. That's it. At the very worst, you have to establish a connection every day. It takes a couple of seconds. Yeah, so Tim, do you know how to create a symbol list or a watch list? Maybe Tim can't hear me. Do you know how to create a watch? We call it a symbol list. Do you know how to create that? So you can just watch those symbols that you want to watch every day. Oh, okay. Okay. So you know how to do that. Yeah. So that's a question we get. Can I only trade? Can I create a watch list and only trade those symbols? So I did a video. It's probably in the guide now, but I did a video. Oh, I don't know how long ago. I'm glad you asked, James. Here you go. Creating a symbol list. Creating it and then how to edit it. Okay? So guys, remember I took the DATs in the simulator, put the stop in here. So at one, still in the simulator, still in the trade. It's basically at a high now. So that's why the profit and the max profit are very, very close. So if I want to flatten this or get out of the trade, I just flatten it. And I'll do it just to show you, okay? Flatten the trade. Out of the trade. See, it went for position 0 now. Now we'll see how good an exit that was. Okay? Remember I was talking about what you want to see now is a big negative number if I were truly doing this. Notice this one right here, the ion Q, where I exited. It's now 37 cents below. That's what you want to see. You say, okay, good exit. Just give me a moment, I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. And as I mentioned before, if I wanted to have swung this DATS for whatever reason, I thought, you know what, I want to swing this, then I don't exit the trade at the end of the day. I just leave it in, and then I can practice swing trading. Can't emphasize enough practicing trading before you commit money to the market. Is that all it was? I did it so long ago, Tim. So long ago. Okay, without getting too into it, I mean, half gets you out of half your trade. Double, you can double your trade. Reverse, I wouldn't. I mean, you're new to trading. I wouldn't do this. What it does is it takes you from a long position to a short position, or vice versa. Let's just say you wanted to. You were watching a stock move higher, and then all of a sudden it's starting to move down. So you wanted to reverse your position and turn it into a short. Okay. Limit is you establish the limit. So if you get out of a trade, if you want to limit out of everything, remember I was talking about the limit offset? What is that going to be? 3 cents, 2 cents, 5 cents, whatever that is. Okay? But these are, I would probably just look at these three. Well, there's no way to demonstrate how to use Holly for swing trading. I mean, to me, if a trade worked, okay, Ollie's not having a good day today. I mean, obviously, I can see right off the bat. But let's just say I'm going to see if I can find one that. Well, I want to find something here. What was the one that had a lot of room looking left? I don't think it wasn't DATS, it was something else. What was it? It had broken up over, I think, was it NXTP? No. Oh, I've seen something about that, CK. It depends, I guess, on the type of trade and all that. I'll be honest, CK and anybody else, I took Interactive Brokers about 5 years ago. I had the occasion to call them in the first week for something that was going on. I haven't changed a thing in 5 years. I think I know what you're talking about, but thank you, Gary, thank you. Let's just say, for argument's sake, so I want to answer Aziz's question here. Let's just say that any showed up as an AI alert, okay? And it's made this breakout here, and it closes well. When I say closes well, it doesn't like give it all up and move down below 7 and get back down to 6, okay? But it closes well. In other words, it kind of holds its gains. It doesn't have a massive sell-off at the end of the day. And let's pretend this was an AI alert. Well, then the first thing I'd be doing, I'd be looking left and saying, wow, okay, it still has, to the next high, it still has, there's $12. In other words, it still has some room to run. I'm just using this as an example of how I would look at swing trading an AI alert, okay? I would have to, each alert would have to be analyzed on its own. But so if this were one, I'd be going, yeah, okay, closes well, recognizing that this, again, I'm just using this as an example, but this is, can be a wild and woolly one, okay? But that's how I would analyze any AI alert. How much room does it have? MNTV is on here, right? So you might look at this and go, well, okay, it had a great week last week. Look at the week it had. It's holding its gains. Well, maybe I take a look at swinging this one. It's obviously, I don't know where it's not an all-time high. I know it says, you see, we have these great filters, the position in different ranges. So when you look here, it says position in lifetime range, and it says 64%. That means it's 64% of its lifetime high. Well, when you look at the chart, you go, well, how can that be? Because here's where it started to trade. Well, as MNTV, it did start to trade as MNTV, but it was what was called a SPAC before, merged with this, and obviously whatever that symbol was before, it was a lot higher at one point. You know, I'm trying to get too complicated with you, but you know but that's an idea, okay? You look at it and go, okay, it's near an all-time. It's a lot of people might look at that and go, oh, it's on an all-time high. But that is how I would analyze whether or not I would swing an AI alert. But I'm not a swing trader. You know, I mean, do I ever swing? Yeah, rarely. Now, Dak. Remember, I was mentioning this one a lot earlier today. iHeart. This is just a great short from this area. I mean, you know, if you're, I mean, look at this chart. I mean, look at the consolidation. Consolidation. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Almost 3 hours, and then it started to break down, and it's continuing on its way down. Well, this is how I use it, Laura. Okay? I mean, when I'm placing a stop, I put in the price and the stop button the same price. Okay? That's how I use it. So, in other words, if I'm going to take Axel, okay, and I'm going to buy Axel, 500 shares. I'm going to buy right at the market. Now remember, when I get into a trade, I know where my stop is. I know where it is. So if my stop was at 10.14, if that's where I wanted to, if that's where I knew my stop was, then I put 10.14 in both buttons, in both boxes. Don't ask me why. You can't. I put it in both, and that seems to work. I'm sorry. Not here. I'm sorry. That's on a pullback. So at this point, all I'm doing is going to Axel, and I'm right-clicking and placing my stop, 10.14. This, for whatever reason, for me, when I'm looking to take a pullback trade, is where I put the price. I put that price in both the market, in this box, and the stop box. Now let me see. You can tell I don't use Brokerage Plus. Okay, I flat out just tell you I don't use it. I'm going to get out of this trade, and the reason I don't is, well, as explained before, I'm not going to toggle back and forth. I try to demonstrate using it as a simulator. So I trade from within Interactive Brokers, and I'm usually in no more than 2 trades at a time. Consequently, I'm managing my trades as I'm seeing them on a chart. Okay. I know where my stop is, but I'm not putting the stop in, okay, because I can manage my trades. But that's me, okay, that's me. Let me See, I think what happens is, let me do axle again. I take 500 shares, buy it at the market, and I'll see if this actually, maybe this is another way to do it. I don't know. I've always just used the yeah. See, I don't see how this is going to work. Okay, that's okay. So that's another way to do it. Okay, I put the stop here and I click the sell button. So there's my stop. I really, I know, I just prefer to add the stop order, right click, add the stop order, but I guess that is another way you can do it. You put the stop in here and click the sell button, and then the red line will appear on the chart. Okay, so you have your choice. I've just always just done right click when I'm in and then add the stop order. And now the other thing is that the way I trade, this is my stop, okay, right here. If I don't like the way it's trading though, you know, it starts to cruise down toward, I don't have to wait for, like how I trade anyway. I don't necessarily wait for my stop or to be stopped out. When I have a stop, even if, you know, even it's mental, that's the worst I want to do in the trade. So, you know, whatever I'm risking on the trade, that's the worst I want to do. But if I sense that the trade is just not working, I don't have to wait to get stopped out. I can get out before the stop. That's how I trade. The other thing is, as I said before, is if this trade really started to work well, you know, I could just I could move my stop line up. Ah, that's interesting. I created 2 stops by doing it that way. I want to get out of this trade. I want to try something. See, I'm learning something, guys. I don't. Okay, I'm going to do this trade again. Do it the other way. Buy it at the market. I'm going to add my stop. Okay, there's the line. Yeah, you see how that worked? Interesting. I mean, you know, the mechanics of that, I'm not sure of. But you see what I did here by using the add stop up here. Now I can start moving this line. So if the trade really started to work well, I could start moving this line up to another area of support. Okay. Whereas before, didn't allow me to do it. Actually created a new stop, which I guess is okay. I don't know. Well, that's in essence what the AI does also. The AI has a stop, but if the AI is watching a trade and it starts approaching the stop, sometimes the AI, and it's called a profit save or a, I don't remember what some kind of a term, saying, you know what, we're not waiting for the stop. We don't like the way this is trading, so we're going to get out. We're going to get out of it now. What is my definition of a well trading trade and a not well trading trade? Oh, I see. You mean why I would get out before? Before my stop? Well, a lot of it is feel, CK. I mean, you know, if this axle, you know, so again, this is just in the simulator. Got it. What did I get in at 1024? let's just say it started to drift down, and some volume was coming in, and the market was starting to move against us, and other things, I would say, you know what, I don't want to be in anymore. So it's a bit of a feel. Again, I have a max loss. That's the worst I want to do, but I reserve the right to get out of. I don't think, but it's a bit of a feel. I love these price targets that these guys are, not just Jeffries, but the CCIX price target of over 100. Give me a moment, please. Now, there are other ways, I mean, some will use moving averages. So if it broke down through a certain moving average, even though it hasn't reached your stop yet, that's another idea, depending on, the time frame you're looking at. I mean, there's a lot to trading. Let's take a look at the sectors, guys. Remember early, and let's see how anything may have changed. So click on from new, from the toolbar, click on dock channel bar. And go down to our sector status. Wow, this is a big change. So remember early on, every single energy play was up. It was 100%. When we looked at this in the pre-market, these are the major sectors. Okay, here's the energy sector, XLE. Every single stock was up. Up meaning from Friday's close, every stock was above Friday's close in the pre-market. So we've had a shift here, obviously. Now only 47% of them up. When we saw financials, I believe I can't remember. I think financials were okay, but tech was only, I think, maybe 20% were up. So, we're seeing a little swing there, communications. Whereas communications is still kind of not great. Again, this is a one day, this is just a snapshot of what's happening right now. And again, this is just a sector status. So for those of you who have had trade ideas for a while, this is, you should be using this dock channel bar. when you're looking at channels, okay? Don't use the other one because you notice my layout does not disappear. It's right underneath. My layout does not disappear. Whereas in the past, by clicking on any one of these channels, which is a layout, you could only have one layout loaded at a time. Now, you can kind of surf through the channels during the day and your layout will still remain. There are a lot of alerts today. Let me just see when the last one was. I can't say normal, but you know, sometimes we'll have 11:09. You're talking Eastern time. Yeah, that's the last one I have too. But there were a lot of alerts today. Probably an abnormal number of alerts today. Now, the last alert, well, according to me, or mine is the same as Mike's, 11:09. You should not have an alert at 13:06. You're talking 106? There was not, as far as I know, there was not an alert at 106. The alert I have for AAL is at 9:50. I have the alert at 9:50, not 10 or 13:06, 106. So I'm not sure what's going on with yours. But there it is, 11:09. That's the last alert. You don't get too many in the afternoon. Well, if you want to see the different channels, okay, yeah. If you want to see the different channels, then you click on New and then Dock Channel Bar. Not Dock Window. That's very different. I'm just saying, you know, see, in the past we had all these channels and people wouldn't really use them because the minute you click on one, your layout would disappear. So you'd have to look at the channel, then you had to reload your layout, and I just think the channel bar was probably really underutilized. Now, as long as you select, and I don't know why we still have this option here of channel bar. That's the old channel bar. If you click on that, and I clicked on one of these, my layout would disappear. I asked them to get rid of it, so I don't know why it's still there. Okay, does that make sense? Dock window is something else. I haven't gone over that at all. It is it's sort of an advanced topic. And there's a video on it. Well, Mike, it's just like, okay, it's like the colors are irrelevant. Well, I shouldn't say irrelevant. I mean, I color code things. If I have it in green or blue, that means the stocks are up. If it's in yellow or orange or red, that means they're down. Okay? Now, it doesn't, when you say how to trade them, it doesn't mean, as I've said before, just because you get an alert, I don't take every alert that I get and just immediately trade it. You know, I'm having to look at it, saying, okay, I got the alert. I wanted to see the idea. It's what we're called trade ideas. Okay, I want to see the idea, and then I make a determination by looking at a chart to see whether or not I want to trade it. So you're talking about. Are you talking about in my my channel? Or are you talking about something else? So if you're talking about this, okay, so this means the stock is up, okay? It's making a new high, means this is making a new low. I mean, but it says moving lower with unusually strong. I've just color coded. That's how I color coordinate things. Anything in shades of red or orange or yellow. For me, I know this is a stock that just made a new low for the day. And that's because the alert is set for a new low for the day. No other, you know, there it is, new low for the day. Whereas in this one, it's set to only trigger and show me when it makes a new high for the day. And I just, you know, I'm just saying, okay, green, blue. I know I mean, you can have any color you want. You know, select colors. So you see, you can select any color you want. I've just said, and this is just a big palette that you can choose from. Okay, so it's up to you if you want to have, you know, whatever color you want. Does that make sense? Again, when you say you don't know how to trade them, I mean, again, just because you get an alert doesn't mean you just take the alert. These are just ideas. But, you know, my option scanner has produced some great ideas over the last 3 months. Every single one of them work? Of course not. You can paper trade the AI. Yeah, you want to paper trade the AI? When you say paper trade, you mean, you know, you click on, so there's an AI alert, you click on it, it shows up, you can paper trade it, sure. It's using our real-time data, so you can paper trade it, yes. I mean, just click on the simulator. That's the whole idea. You know, when you see that Brokerage Plus. Now, this is only available if you're using our downloadable application. Using a web-based version, not available. So, but if you have a toolbar that looks like this, and it says Brokerage Plus, you just click on Sim, and I think what happens is you'll see a count or something like that. You click on that, and then choose Simulated Trading Default. Now you're in. Okay, K Lexus. Right click, properties. Okay, first of all, I make sure you're listening to me. You can see and you're listening to me. Okay, so you right click on an alert window, properties, and where it says don't repeat, click on don't repeat. Now here is a big drop down menu. So first, if you want to use this, then you check the don't repeat, and then this is a drop down menu. So the question was, wasn't exactly about don't repeat, but we have a don't repeat. Because sometimes, you know, you're watching a stock and it keeps making a new high after new high after new high, and it dominates your window. So you can say, well, you know what, I don't want to see every time it makes a new high. So I can say, don't repeat the symbol for 1 minute, 5 minutes, 15, 30, an hour, or for a day. Now I typically use the for a day. Why? Because now, again, I had to reload this, so this is a little bit skewed. But I can then, don't repeat, I can then see where the first alert was. Again, this is skewed. Would have had NXTP a lot earlier, but I had to reload trade ideas, so it's showing me here. But I can go back and I can say, okay, the first alert that it made a new high was at a certain time, 207, 265. Again, understand it would have been a lot earlier. So I can see, okay, what did it do from that alert? How did it perform from that alert? You'll also see a blue candle or a blue arrow. That's showing you on the different time frames where the alert occurred. So on the 15-minute chart, you see right here on that candle. On the 2-minute chart, on that candle, the 5-minute on this candle, okay? So again, if I hadn't had to reload trade ideas, we would have seen this NXTP alert, I don't know. I'm not saying it was fantastic. Well, the OCUL for sure, we would have seen it probably back in this area here at 1070, and then you would have seen a blue arrow. Even here. What did it do from that candle on? I mean, it went from 1108 all the way up to 1218 as an example. So it just gives you an idea. Okay, I created this scanner. How well did these? What happened after I got an alert? Yeah, unfortunately, that's something I want also, okay, Alexis. I've asked for that, and unfortunately, you're only going to get an alert the first time. Actually, what I want is a little bit different. What I want is show me when, let's say I'm using the 15-minute opening range break. Only show me the third time it took it out. Okay, as an example. But to do what you want, unfortunately, we can't do it. Yeah, unfortunately, we can't do it. That would involve what we call our count filter. And the count filter, you see here, there's a count filter right there, and that's on alerts. What that's telling me, again, this is skewed because I had to reload it. 45 new highs it made, 132 new highs it made. It's just another way of looking at momentum. I want that count filter to be used for the opening range break. In fact, I should nudge Brad again. They all do. Which scan feeds audio to my headphones? Every one of them. If I understand, I mean, so I've got a sound alert for this. I've got a sound alert for this. These are sort of the same. So when I hear the sound in my headset, I know exactly which window to look at. Okay, Alexis, sure. Which one? This one. My basic new highs and lows. I mean, you can pick and choose whatever one you want, of course, but you know what, K-Lexus, just a minute. I think it got jumbled up with the trade of the week, so it may not load. Just give me a moment here. There you go. That should load. Okay, and then go to the scan section. Well, how you use it is up to you, Mike. I mean, you know, I've just been fascinated by it over the last 3 or 4 months, that it just gives really, really good alerts. Now, how you use it will be up to you. You know, I hate to say it like that, but I mean, it requires some trading knowledge. You know, again, if I had been trading today, I already said I probably wouldn't have taken this OCUL trade. You know, we got the alert, I think, at 10. I think the price was around 1070. So I would have been looking left and thinking, probably too much resistance at 1090. Okay, well, look what happened. You know, I was certainly wrong. It got all the way up to 1218. There's an example of, you know, therefore I wouldn't, you know, somebody asked me, would I, you know, I wouldn't want to say to everybody, well, then don't take this trade. All I can do is say, I'm not wild about what I thought was some resistance here. So, you know, I probably wouldn't take the trade, but somebody else might look at it and go, I don't think that's a lot of resistance. I'm taking the trade. So, you know, how to use it? I have this layout on my homepage, yes. Very, very close. It's not the docking version, okay, but it's very close. All right, guys, we're getting close. I want to just put the test drive link in again. If you still interested in trying us out, now you'll have, you know, not too much left in today, but you'll have nine trading days. Okay. Andrew, I don't know what you mean. You're not up and running on TI. I don't know what you mean. I'm not aware of emails that you've sent. I don't know what you mean. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. No, this is repeating, okay? This is now, it's going to repeat. Every time it does make a new high, it's going to show up. This one, this one, these two, again, you know, I keep repeating myself, but because I had to reload trade ideas, you know, HUT would have shown up a lot earlier as an example. These are the non-repeating. Tomorrow you'll see it better. This is a repeating version. I will see every time AEHR as an example makes a new high, I will see it. So Andrew, I don't know what you mean. I don't know what you mean when you say you're not up and running on TI. I don't know what you mean. If you can hear me. See, there's a way to, okay, the typical way to see alerts is over and over and over and over again, okay? You know, every time, if my trigger is a new high for the day, then you would see this symbol over and over again. You'd see it in a running total, you know, other symbols, of course. There is a way to do it so you see a stock and I don't want to get too complicated, but just to show you, what it's capable of doing. You can see the stock when it makes a new high. So right there, but you notice I don't see it over and over. I only see the symbol one time. But if AEHR made another new high, I would see it at the top of this list. Well, I mean, that's okay. Running over and over is fine. I mean, that's the typical way. But I can do something like this. Right click in properties. Sorry, right click. And if I go to view mode, see this is the, and then group and sort by. If I pick that group and sort by, then what's going to happen is I'll see the symbol when it makes a new high. I just won't see it over and over and over again. And like I won't see AEHR in a long list of AEHRs, okay? I just care about seeing it. Okay, I do want to see it if it makes a new high. I just don't want to see the symbol in a running list. You know what? Send that to info@trade-ideas.com, okay, and ask for that regarding the AI. I am not the way I use the AI is just as a watch list. I don't take obviously I do not take every trade. I use it like a watch list. I like the ones under $20. There are all sorts of different ways to use the AI. I don't look at it like, well, if I took every single trade and I had to, put a bunch of money into every single trade, I don't look at it like that. I think you're also talking about maybe auto trading it, which we don't, really, really want to dissuade people from doing. Absolutely. When you exit Trade Ideas, you'll be given an option, File. I can't click this because I'm going to destroy my link to Interactive Brokers for some reason. But when you exit Trade Ideas, click on File, Exit, and then it's going to say, do you want to save your layout, yes or no? And, say yes. Everything you've done then, every little change, if you added price alerts, etc., will be saved. You also, in my opinion, give your layout another name instead of just overwriting the default layout. Okay? I would do it both ways. I would click on File, Save or Share to Cloud, and then where it says Entire, I would click on Entire, give it a name. My first layout, and save it. Now it's in the cloud. You get so many people saying, I've overwritten my default layout. I haven't used the default layout in, 10 years. But I always give all my layouts a name. You can also save it to your computer, right now, doing it this way, save or share to cloud, it's in the cloud. Or you can also save your layout to your computer and give it a name. Oh, Holly didn't have a good day, Ron. Flat out tell you, Holly did not have a good day. But it's if you're looking at the AI on a one-day basis, that's completely up to you. But Holly did not have a good day today. Well, if you're saving to your computer, File, when it says File, and then Save Layout, and if I just said Save Now, it'll say, do you want to overwrite your last layout? You're like the layout with this name. Typically, I just say yes because I don't care. But if I wanted to keep, this version, the version I had without the changes, then I would give it another name. Make sense? But typically, I just overwrite. But that's where saving to the cloud is a little bit different because when you save to the cloud, it doesn't overwrite. your layout. But what'll happen is you'll see it time stamped. And when you click enter and then give it a name, and if I saved it, you would see a timestamp, so you would know, okay, well, this is the latest version, okay, but I could still go back and see that layout without the changes maybe I made today. All right, guys, I'm just kind of looking at some of my thumbnail charts. So hopefully maybe tomorrow, I don't know, it depends on the level of questions. I might do a little bit of trading tomorrow. I'll tell you, Ron, I'm certainly not defending. I just use it like a watch list. It's as simple as that. I would never auto trade it. I look at each individual alert on its own. I use it like a watch list. That's all. Did that crazy one go boom? The CEI? I won't call that boom. Yeah, our definition of boom, I guess, is a little bit, okay, 161 to 169, okay. But remember, save all your work, everything that you do in this, if you're part of this test drive, everything that you do, if you created an alert window, if you created a layout, save everything to the cloud. Individual windows to the cloud. Layouts to the cloud. Why? Because if you do decide you want to take out a subscription, a week after the test drive is over, a month, a year, 5 years, if you use the same email to sign up as you're using for the test drive, then everything you've done, you'll have access to. Holly is not telling you anything. These are all suggestions, okay? So when you had the alert, it's saying, okay, the entry price was 2019. The exit, the stop price is 1985. How you trade it will be up to you. Okay? So when you say what is it telling you, I can show you what it's telling you. How you're going to trade it will be up to you. Okay? There it is. They had an entry. If you wanted to take it at that entry, okay, fine. Or you click on it, see how it's trading. It's done nothing. Obviously, it's 2024 from 2019, and there is a stop. How you trade now? It exited. It basically exited right where it got in. It didn't like the way it was trading. Okay, so but that's how it's laid out. You have an entry, you have a stop. How you trade it will be up to you. Okay, Ron, again, info at trade-ideas.com. Sounds like a good suggestion. As part of my layout, yes. It's on another monitor. Yes. So if you have if you're part of this test drive and all, how you would watch it is just click on new. So tomorrow, click on new AI/Holly strategy trades window. This window will pop up. Now what you can do, instead of having to do it every day, is incorporate the window as part of your layout. Okay, and if it's part of your layout, and when you save your layout, it'll be part of your layout. Then tomorrow when you load trade ideas, this, before the market opens, this window will be blank and you just wait for them to appear. Then I don't know what you're using. Again, if you click on new and AI/Holly strategy trades window, not the strategy window, the strategy trades window. This is the window you'll see. Now, if you don't see for some reason price entry, then it must be a column that is missing, because you can have these are just user defined columns. Okay, if you right click on any one of these column headers and then click on columns, you will see all of the columns that you can choose from. Okay, now it's hard for me to believe that you don't have the price entry and the stop and all that, but it might be I mean, anything is possible. Okay, because I would think that, at the very least, the default, should be the entry time, the entry price, and the stop with those columns. When you say can you repeat AI, what do you mean by that, Martin? Exactly? Yeah, this is the easiest way to track it. Again, new AI/Holly strategy trades window, not the other one. Okay. There are some other differences, Tom. I mean, standard, you have 10 charts. Premium, you have 20 charts. If you are somebody who really wants to create your own strategy and you want to back test it to see how it works, if it's any good or not, you need our premium service. There are some other maybe minor differences, but probably those are the three major differences: number of charts, back testing, and then the AI. Well, the AI strategy trades window is more of it's just going to show you, I wouldn't use it, okay? It's just going to show you, the strategies, okay? Like, it's broken down like this. It shows you the last trade it happened. I wouldn't use it. I think it's too confusing. I just wouldn't use it, okay? Make it easy. Anybody really should care about is show me the alerts. In my opinion, show me the alerts as they come in during the day, and then how I trade them will be, you make up your mind how you want to trade them. I mean, why have all the other stuff? I mean, really, people, I think, just really want to see the alerts. We complicated it a little too much, and we're trying to uncomplicate it. The strategy trades window, yes. New AI/Holly strategy trades window, yes. No, we don't do futures, Jim and G. Well, because what you're looking at is the docked version, okay, of the scans. And I didn't get into docking because it can be a little bit, I didn't want to get too complicated the first day. But all you have to do is take the scans and move them around where you want them, okay, and then save the layout. Brokerage Plus is on the standard subscription, Tate. Okay, so if I put a horizontal line on the chart, let's just do one. So here is a horizontal line on the chart. I want to get rid of it. So I go up to the chart, I go up to the line, and the minute the icon changes, okay, the minute it changes there, I know my mouse pointer is not necessarily visible for a lot of you. It's huge on my monitor, but the minute it changes to that icon, okay, you see it up arrowed and sideways arrows. Then I left click and hit delete on the keyboard. Don't know what you mean, perfect circle. What kind of a scan, in my opinion, would you place those tickers to monitor their action pre-data release? I don't know what you mean. It's very easy to connect to Interactive Brokers, yes. One of in the guide, the new guide, I think there's a really and this is the new user guide. Just came out on Friday. I'm sorry. The test drive guide. I'm sorry. Wrong link. Here you go. Depends on the time frame, the inside bar. Let me just see. I don't scan for that, so let me just see if we even have. No, inside day. Yeah. What scan am I going to look for? You know what? One of the other traders may have something like that. Okay. Yeah, I'm going over time, Chris. You can. I'll exit at 3:30 though. So if you go, one of the other traders may have something with an inside bar. I don't. Doesn't mean you can't scan for it. Oh, I see, Chris. Okay. Well, you could perfect circle. You could use any alert window or a top list window. I mean, to see how it's trading. You know, just attach the symbol list. How you look at it will be up to you. You know, maybe you want a minimum volume, minimum percentage up or down. You know, depending on what direction it's going. Yeah, it's the same. There's the user guide. It's just a different link. Well, it's the same sort of link. It takes you to the user guide. Okay, there it is. And external linking. Okay, if you click on this external linking, it goes over external linking a lot more detail than I normally do. It's a great user guide. It's very well organized. I have a blue line called B plus. Is that, I have no idea where that line would be. So you'd have to, yeah, so we're not good. One of the things we know we're not good at, and it's kind of in the works, but I don't want to promise anything. The ability to reference previous candles, intraday candles, okay? Okay, Alexis, we can't reference previous volume bars nor intraday candles. So I don't know what you mean when you talk CK and open something called like on a chart. Okay, let's. Oh, I see. I see what you're looking at. Yeah. So I'm in this. So I took this axle trade. That was probably. That just looks like it's looking at the next high, looking left on the daily chart. No, this is the entry. I'm sorry. This is the entry. I'm sorry. I'm just looking here. So that 1024 B plus and that blue line, that's just showing me where the entry was. Okay, that's all. I mean, I'm looking right here. Remember, this is in the simulator. So the entry was 1024. So that's what it's telling me. There was the entry. So I'm obviously a little bit below the entry. Okay. We'll see you tomorrow. Yes, say a go, a do. Yeah, so anything you do in the simulator, it's going to show you, yes, where you took the trade. And it looks like, I'm going to leave that stop in just to show you that, that's what you do. Now, at this point, I don't like the way it's trading, so I could say, okay, I'm going to save myself a couple of pennies and flatten the trade right now. I don't like the way it's trading. It looks like it's going to get stopped out. So that's what I'm talking about. I mean, I have a price where I'm going to get out. Absolutely, do not want to go below that price. But I could always get out earlier if I just don't like the way it's trading. And if you ask me, well, what don't I like about it? There's some feel, if you will, that comes into play. All right, guys, I've got to wrap up by 3:30 anyway. Chris will, I'm going to put the YouTube link in here. Chris will be taking over at 3:30. It's a new stream though, okay? So you have to re-enter. So don't go now. And that is a new thing Chris started about maybe a couple of weeks ago. In our YouTube room, going from 3:30 to 4:30. You're welcome, trader. And yeah, just keep coming back, ask questions. I mean, it's very, I know I keep harping on this. Nobody's going to be an expert of trade ideas after 2 weeks, okay? But hopefully you get an idea about what you can do. You can look at my scans. You can look at the scans that we have in the channel bar. You can, play around with trying to create your own type of scans. And just to try to get a feel for it. Remember though, the program is called Trade Ideas. It's not teaching you how to trade per se. It's an idea generator. It does require that you have some charting ability, to size up what's happening. What is the market doing? There are some other aspects. It's not just, oh, I get an idea, I just trade it. Otherwise, we'd call the program tradeitRightNow.com, okay? Why does the result shown in the green line is not the sum of today's profit? Are you talking about right here? Okay, it should be. Adding all these up, that should be it. Okay, your mistake? Okay. Okay, guys, how you, Mike? All right, guys, any more questions? I definitely have to go by 3:30, so to let Chris take over. No more questions? Okay, I will stop now then. Let me get my script together. You are more than welcome, Laura. Or is it Laura? I don't know. Could be Laura. All right, everybody. I think that's it. The last one. So obviously the Spanish pronunciation. Okay. I'll open the room tomorrow. I start at 9 o'clock. Okay, start at 9 o'clock. Oh, okay, Chris. So you're just going to resume the stream? Okay, that's fine. So, okay, that's cool. Then you're not gonna start a new one. Okay, I'm talking to Chris Farley. So again, guys, if you want to head over to the YouTube room now, I'm gonna stop. I'll stop now. Okay, Chris.